Recording in progress. Morning, Chairperson. Morning, all.
Morning, Honorable Dennis.
Morning, Chairperson.
Hey, my apology, my voice is not right today.
Good.
Yeah, morning.
It's a wonderful day in Cape Town, but we had lots of rain last month, but the dams are basically full even in the Eastern Cape. Kouga Dam is.
Yes.
That's good news.
But also here, it's a bit windy.
Oh, okay.
August, which we didn't get wind. Now it's rain and wind.
Yes. Yeah.
Morning.
Come to Cape Town. Good morning, Msepo.
Morning.
Colleague, how are you?
Good and yourself? Good morning, Chair.
Yeah, fine. No, I'm fine.
Morning, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo.
Chairperson.
Wena nabangani bakho apha ekomitini izolo beningena niphuma nixhoma ibhatyi. Ubuninzi benu, I've noticed abanye benu they were busy with the media, abanye they were busy with whatever. Yiyekeni le nto sunundigugisa. I'm very clever. I'm very, very clever. Yiyekeni le nto yokuxhoma ibhatyi.
Apologize, Chair.
Ndinibhaqile izolo ndatsho ndathi hey, labantu aba bonke bayathengisa. How come that Mhlongo can't ask a question azothi when we were at the end? Oh, now I've seen that when I was out of meeting already, I was pressurized by the interviews. I've seen your strategy, guys. Let's try. It's just few months that we must all be together. Hayi lento yenu nindigqokisa apha nisithi loyi nisiloya nina nenze ezinye izinto.
But ekuseni bekuneloyi, afternoon kulapho ekuseni bekuneloyi.
Nginibonile ukuthi hayi nenza amanye ama-task.
Okay,
manje apology accepted. Mandingabulawa ngomsebenzi sendithetha nangesintu ukuthi abanye abantu bangeva. Okay.
Our population stats is out, Chairperson, so 62 million people. Our population stats.
Yes, I've seen yesterday. You see that South Africans, their reproduction is too much.
They're growing fast.
We need to have that policy from, is it China?
China.
That, you don't allow to have more than 2 kids.
Yeah, but now they're sitting with too many senior old people now. They don't want to take over the next generation.
No, we are producing reproduction is too much.
Yeah. Yes, Chairperson, but the question on that is job creation, economy,
that's the
food
thing,
security,
but no,
so on.
Nothing that is topping the fees, what do you call fees, whatever. I mean the money.
The fiscus, yeah.
Yes, fiscus, because now all these people, they need to be looked at. That's the problem that we're facing.
Yes.
That's the problem that we're facing. Let me check that everybody is here. So morning, Mr. Lindinxiwa. Morning, DM.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning, DM. Morning, Minister. Honorable members, I want that what is going on? That we must start this meeting. You know that yesterday, we had the whole day, day and afternoon, but I did thank you about that some of you dodged me. You were just hanging the coats and nowhere on the platform. I've noticed that. Let's try not to do that. Whilst I was speaking Isintu, one comrade noticed that one member noticed that I've noticed that. He apologized, but I'm just saying that let's forget about other things when we are in the committee. Yesterday, it was very hectic, and in a way, load shedding was not that much. In so many provinces, the load shedding was not there. But I'm just cautioning that let's focus and let's not just hang the coats and leave. You know why I do notice this yesterday? Because I know all of my colleagues that the vibrant of discussions, immediately that you are not asking questions, immediately that some ask questions during the time of follow-ups, it did tell me that something is wrong. And it was the first time that we have done that, honorable members. Let's try to be focused in order that the meeting must come with fruitful contribution of all members. I'm welcoming you by doing that, and I'm welcoming our visitors who are with us. And now, can I take this opportunity to ask the Honorable Minister to greet us, and maybe as usually he's going to greet us and give it to relevant acting DG to introduce who's here. And by doing that, Minister, also I would love you to greet us. And I'm suspecting we're all expecting to get what you were doing yesterday. And then I've seen Honorable DM is here today, so he will tell us whether all of you are going to be with us until the end. To you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and good morning to members. And thanks for the opportunity once more. As you are aware, that Wednesdays are cabinet meetings, cabinet committees and cabinet later. So I will leave you in the capable hands of Deputy Minister Nonkawe Mafu, who's leading the delegation from the department. But I thought I would just greet you, Chairperson, and say one thing, that following something that I think would be important to the committee. Following our engagement and the briefing yesterday about WADA and what we intend to do and the steps we have taken, WADA has since written back to us to confirm that they are in receipt of our correspondence of a notice of appeal for dispute, and therefore they've taken a decision to put the consequences on hold. And I thought that was very important, because that matter has raised, like we said yesterday, anxiety about our national teams that are performing in France and in India. So we may no longer be a need to talk about private that, because the consequences now have been put on hold. And I thought we must share this information, because it's breaking news for us. We must share that with the committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Masibulele Mhlekazi ophethe elisebe lethu. I'm very sorry. I'm trying, what is going on? I'm trying to set my video, but it doesn't want to, but you did see me, whatever problem that I'm having with it, I did show my face. Honorable members, I'm suspecting this is a big victory. That's why after the meeting, so many people, they wanted me to go to media. Honorable members, let's thank Parliament whilst we started this thing of e-virtual, that every media platforms, they are allowed to get in our meetings of each and every committee due to the public interest. But what I've noticed, once they've heard the information, they will want also that you must come and talk and confirm. Yesterday, because I was aware that the ministry are going to do a media briefing. So whilst I'm chairing the meeting, I was being pressurized that I must take the calls. The media want to ask this. Others, they even written wrong information. But because as a cater, I didn't want to be defocused by people who are not, some of them, they are not just interested to get information. If you cannot take information from the political head of the department, what else do you want? You want to misquote me, distort my information. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Honorable Minister, and I'm suspecting it's in order that after this, on behalf of committee, I'll issue again the statement, hoping that really we were all having that anxiety because we're loving South Africans. So let's say that let the flag of South Africa fly higher and higher, and Bogi, you must come back with that that cup. In that, honorable members, let me check all our, or let me give it to you, Acting DG. I'm still having the apology of Honorable Adams. I'm not having any other apology with me. Can I get you, Acting DG, who's here, do you have apologies?
Thank you very much. Trying to get my video on. Doesn't seem to be responding. I'll check on it, Chair, but allow me just to indicate that present in the meeting, first of all, is myself, together with, I'm not sure whether my video is showing now, Chair.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Together with the DDG, Chikwatamba, Mandisa Chikwatamba, who's the one in charge of the entities, as we are dealing with the annual reports of entities today, and also her director, Mr. Sbusiso Tsanyane, who is responsible, directly responsible for oversight. But I do have other colleagues that are here with us in the person, for instance, of Ms. Lisa Combrick, who's the Chief Director for National Language Services, especially given the fact that one of the entities is Pan South African Language Board. So Ms. Combrick is the Chief Director on the side of the department. She is also here. I'm just highlighting her because she's not one of those people who would then normally be in all the meetings. Allow me, Chair, perhaps not then to indicate name by name, but suffice to say we do have the support staff from the Office of the DG. We have support staff from ministry, mostly the officials who would normally be part of this meeting are here. And in addition, perhaps I do need to also indicate that we have the advisor to the minister present in the meeting, Mr. Ray Nkwe. Without stipulating any other names, let me just indicate in terms of attendance. In terms of apologies, if I could indicate, Chair, that on the side of the DDGs, as indicated, we only have the DDG responsible for oversight. The two other DDGs, Ms. Khan has a bereavement, so she's not going to be joining us. DDG Ndima, who is on other work commitments, is also not going to be joining us, and the CFO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting DG, with that information. From the staff, they're telling me that they do have official apologies. Jabu?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Yes, we do have apologies, Chair. We have an apology from Umamu Adams, as you indicated. We also have an apology from Umamu Sibiya, who's attending a meeting with higher education. We also have an apology from Nkosi Lutuli, who's also attending a meeting with small business. And we have another apology from Mamu van Dijk, who is busy with other work commitments, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Jabu. Can now give the leaders, the leader who's leading the delegation from South African Heritage Resource Agent to tell us who's here, who's not here. Jabu, can you forward the link to Honorable Khadeb? Yesterday I tried to forward it, but he's saying the link is not opened. Please, okay, assist him. Sorry about this. Can I give it to the leader of South African Heritage Resource Agents?
Chair.
Are they in?
Chair?
Oh.
Okay, good morning. Am I audible, Chair?
Kusemtshadweni apha kwenzekani? Iyatshadwa apha noba kusemit.
Good morning, Chair.
Good
Am I
morning,
audible?
Mr. Malkazi.
Chairperson,
Hello.
Am I audible?
I apologize.
Chair,
I
can you
wanted-
hear us?
Just a moment, Ms. El Malkazi, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, I wanted to find out who Honorable Khadebe is now our member of the committee. I apologize if I didn't get it.
Oh. Did you hear yesterday what we did say about him?
So I need to apologize. Chairperson. Maybe there's a best value.
I'll come back to you. Can I finish all this and then I will explain to you? Okay. I'm seeing two people in this video. Surely they are in one office, which is allowed that people can share office. Can I get the indication who's here, who's not here? Who are you, this couple that I'm seeing, lovely couple here?
Good morning, Chair. Are we audible?
Yes.
Okay. We are SARA, the South African Heritage Resources Agency. We're sitting in our boardroom on Harrington Street in Cape Town. It's a boardroom, not a bedroom, Chair. I am here representing the Council of SARA. I am the chair, Luyanda Mpahla. We have a full complement of our council, except for 5 members who have requested an apology. I don't know if I need to name them. Maybe we'll come to that when we do introductions. Next to me is the CEO of SARA, Chair, and we're sitting with the executive of SARA in the boardroom. I wish to introduce our council and say that we have a fully functional council as SARA, and we have got an executive that is also fully present in this meeting. That is our introduction, Chair.
Thank you. We heard that you have apologies of 5 members. And
Yes.
how many are you in this meeting today?
I cannot see from the screen. As far as I know, it was the 5 members that have been excused. And I would assume that all the other members are connected. I can't see on my screen, but I know that some were trying to connect, but most I can see the names on the screen. It looks like besides the 5 members, it looks like we're all there. The 5 members who are not present is Mr. Vigindugu from KZN, Mr. Malay from Cape Town, Ms. Parker. She has been excused for a few weeks because she's an acting judge at the moment. Mr. Maumela from Gauteng and Mr. Ramanzi from Free State. The rest of the members should be present, Chair.
It's in order. Thank you so much. Let me go to the next visitor, the Pan South African Language Board, that they must tell who is here, who's not here.
Chair, my hand is up. I apologize.
Okay, Honorable
My-
Mhlongo.
Yes. Chair, you've asked how many board members go heritage. They didn't mention that. They didn't answer your question. And the chairperson is not even aware who's there. Yes, we have 5 apologies. Who is in the meeting? We have names, and then how many are you in total? I think that was the question, Chair. He did not answer that.
Mr. Mphahlose, can you do what the honorable member is asking? Can we assist each other, CEO?
Apologies, Chair. I have the list of members that have confirmed attendance. Mr.
Yes.
Tshepiso Povo, confirmed. Mr. Johannes Serekwane Mutsathebe, myself, Mr. Mphahlwa, Mr. Muduka is present. Advocate Mandla Mdludlu is present. And those are the numbers. So in total, out of 12 people, we are 1,
5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
5.
Yes.
And we have apologies of 5.
Oh, Dr. Jonathan is currently based in Dubai. Maybe he's having problems to
Okay.
connect, but we're hoping he will come.
Thank you, Mr. Mphahlwa. Honorable members, can we pass?
I'm still not convinced that who you chair. Can we see their faces? The names I'm writing them down and I don't see them on the platform. Now I'm concerned. In other words, can we see them now? Can you call their name and see them? I don't see them on the platform. Yes, they said they will attend, but they're not here.
I see Councillor Serekwane. Councillor Poho, are you there?
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poko.
Mr. Benjamin Maduka.
Thank you. I'm here, Chair. I'm not sure if
Thank
my
you.
video.
Yeah, we do see you.
Advocate Mandla Mdludlu.
Not yet connected. He's struggling to connect.
Apparently, he's got connection problems.
Yeah.
He will connect. Dr. Shapman also had confirmed, but we don't have a connection from him as yet.
Thank you, Mr. Mphatlo. Also, the members, they do have the problem that we are having when we're in the meetings, problem of connection. Can you pass the administrator will sort this with a problem of connection. CEO, if you don't have, but your chairperson is supposed to have the number of the administrator who's in here today dealing with the connection. As I reported also that Mr. Khadebe, who's supposed to be this meeting, who assigned that he must be in this meeting, was having this same problem. So let's sort that. So far, let me go to the next visitor, which is Pan South African Language Board. Thank you. I'm waiting for Pan South African Language Board. Are they on the platform? Jabu, what is going on? Did they
Chair, the CEO was in the meeting, but apparently he lost connection. I did let him in, but I just asked them to reboot and then just try again.
Okay, thank you, Jabu. Honorable members, for so long, let's try let me present the agenda, and I would love that we must accept this agenda in order that those who still having problem of connection will join us. Let's be like business-like. We are all aware that we are having connection problems here in South Africa. So we need to know that we need to be patient, and in order that everyone have chance to get in and out, as the problem also occurring to us as members of parliament. I've seen the hand of Honorable Maloman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to everyone in the platform. I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Hoping that the girl is fine from that problem that was having yesterday. Will be having you full time. We missed you yesterday because you were on and off, but you did report. Thank you, Honorable Madoman. Ntate Zondi.
Seconded, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, thank you, Honorable Zondi. Seconded the agenda. Honorable members, let's go straight to the point number 1 on our agenda, that each department must give the overview of the South African Heritage Resource Agency. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I just indicate that I erroneously left out one of the senior people in the office of the Minister, the Special Advisor, Mr. Max Vuzani. He is also in the meeting. I would want to then take the committee through the overview as per what we have submitted. If you could please move to the next slide, which would basically cover the standard items that we would normally bring to the to the portfolio committee before an entity presents. Just emphasizing again on what the mandate of the entity is, and then speaking to the non-financial performance and the financial allocation. We'll speak to the audit outcomes, governance matters. We will also highlight issues with regard to how the council is composed and the oversight activities, including the government engagements that take place. We will also address and highlight how the executive management is composed, including the staff. And in case where there are challenges and interventions that the department and the entity are dealing with, we will also highlight that towards the end of the presentation. With that, Chair, allow me then to move and speak to the mandate. Just to re-emphasize again for the portfolio committee, the South African Heritage Resources Agency is indeed an agency that is established in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act number 25 of 1999. So how it functions is dictated by this particular piece of legislation. But in addition, it is important to note that it is a Schedule 3A public entity, as it is defined in the PFMA. It identifies, conserves, protects, and promotes our national heritage resources for the greater good of our society and humanity. And in doing this, SARA contributes to outcome number 14 of the National Development Plan, social cohesion and nation building. So this summarizes what this particular entity is tasked with as a vehicle of delivery for government, particularly for the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. If we look at how SARA has performed over the years in terms of the targets that they had set and the level at which they've managed to achieve, it is pleasing to see that over the years, including the year under report today, Chair, SARA has been getting 100% in terms of the achievement against the performance target, which then translates to 0% when it comes to non-achievement. That is over the last 2 years, as reflected on the slide, with the 2020-21 lower than that. The year that they will be reporting on is the year where they also achieved 100%, Chair. Particularly looking again at the year under review, had been allocated a total amount of 74.4 million, which is made up of the baseline allocation of 62.2 and the infrastructure grant of 12.2. On the screen and the documents that have been sent to the committee members, the baseline allocation and the infrastructure grant going backwards has also been indicated. Allow me not to read through those figures, Chair, but they are as projected. If we then move on and look at how they've been performing as reflected through the audit outcomes, SARA, last 2 financial years, including the financial year under review, have been getting clean audits, and they have actually been improving from 2020 to 21, where they had an unqualified report with findings, to unqualified clean up to 22-23, which is the year that they will be presenting an audit report to this committee. Moving forward, we then look at how council is composed. You will note, Chairperson, that mainly the expertise that lie within this entity, in as far as council is concerned, really cuts across board. If you look at the competency areas that they are covered, we have council members that are skilled in as far as, or experienced in as far as areas of architecture, heritage resource, accountant, there's a chartered accountant amongst them, etc. We also have got a spread in as far as gender distribution is concerned, which I'm sure the department will further also work on to make sure that there is a balance in as far as gender, female and male is concerned. But there is another slide, Chair, as the chairperson had indicated the total numbers. And then also we would want to indicate racial representation as also reflected, as members of council can of committee can see also the breakdown as indicated, African, Indian, colored, and the like. If we go on to the next slide, which is the continuation of the spread in as far as council representation is concerned, looking at the expertise. But as I've said, issues of gender representation are areas that I'm sure the department is dealing with and will be dealing with also going forward. And the racial spread, as I indicated, this is the entire council, as Chairperson earlier had indicated when he was indicating who's present and who has apologized. If we then go on to the next slide, we take note of the oversight activities that have taken place, led by council and also led by the committees of council. And it gives the indication of the rate of meetings, indication of the number of times they would have committee meetings, like audit meetings, management meetings, also are indicated together with the staff meetings. If we just focus on the year under review, you would also take note, Chair, and perhaps look comparatively against other years. If we then move on to government's engagements, the department has previously reported that it has set up forums and clustered the entities as according to their mandate and areas of functioning and areas of operation. And as a result, we have these forums where the entities will congregate and be able amongst themselves at the levels of CEOs and levels of CFOs to look at cross-cutting matters, but also share best practices. So this slide gives indication to those meetings that have taken place in this financial year, Chair. It's not necessarily talking about the previous financial year, but those meetings also did take place in the previous financial year under review. If we then move on and look at the composition of the executive management, Ms. Malchus is present in the meeting, as was indicated. She is the Chief Executive Officer, leading the team that you would see reflected on your screens, and the nature of their employment is also as indicated in this particular slide. So that's the executive management. I would not read through the names or the designations, Chairperson. And you would note that in this case, we have got a proper spread at that level of management in terms of female representation. If we then move on and look at the staff, you would again take note, Chairperson and members, that in the total staff complement of 84, it is the rate in terms of gender representation is higher on the side of females in as far as staff is concerned. And then again, there is the racial categorization of the staff, that the 84 staff members in the entity. Moving on, we can all then we can then look at, as I was indicating earlier on, the main challenges that the entity is faced with is around the issue of financial pressures that they are experiencing, which now has also emerged in a form of where SARA is battling with the issue of salary increases, and there has been labor union demands that have been put forward, where to an extent that the unions have threatened to declare dispute if their demands are not met. And we are aware as a department that SARA is not in a position to meet the demanded increase due to the financial constraints that is not only faced by SARA, but is faced holistically also by the department. The department has engaged with SARA, and they have tried their best to look at the possible solutions. SARA was tasked to conduct an exercise with the department to determine if there are any savings which could be utilized. They had offered 3% salary increase and proposed a 3% once-off bonus. But SARA would, Chairperson, go into further detail with regard to the financial pressures that are being experienced by the entity. I would like to then stop here, Chair, in as far as the departmental overview is concerned, and hand back to you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting DG. Today my camera doesn't want to open. It was opened in the morning, and now when I'm trying to open it, it doesn't allow Jabu and whoever. Sometimes I do want every now and then to show my face and get out. It's saying later. Thank you with that input, Acting DG. Now can we give it the chance to Mr. Mpahlwa, to you, Captain. Nisewe mvula qhudeni ngoza kubukeli.
Samagu, Chair. Once again, good morning, Chair. Good morning, Portfolio Committee members. Good morning to the department, and a special greetings to the Honorable Minister, if he's still there, and the Deputy Minister as well. We appreciate the opportunity to present our annual report to this committee. It has been circulated, as I understand it, and I believe that you will have the comprehensive document. What we have before us is a summarized presentation that we trust has been circulated to you as well. What we're presenting is a presentation that there's a noise, Chair. I don't know if it is on which side.
Come again? No, the noise, it's outside in this park. They are cutting the grass, but I've closed the windows and the doors. Even to me, it's affecting me.
Okay. So thank you, Chair. So the presentation we are presenting to you had been circulated to the committee. We had some minor amendments that we did undertake, and it's marginal. There's no material changes to it. Could we go to the next slide, please? As mentioned by the department chair, this is the composition of our council. And as I mentioned earlier, we've got a fully functional Council, I must say that I am pleased to be presiding over as chair. The council has got 4 committees, Heritage Resources Management, which is our core business, and this is chaired by Mr. Joe Serekwane. We've got a Corporate Services Committee, which is chaired by Councillor Melee, who unfortunately is not here. We've got a Business Development Committee, which is chaired by Mr. Moduka. And we have, of course, the Audit and Risk, which is ARC, which is chaired by Ntate Khotsosello. Obviously, they are external members and will not be in this meeting. Next slide, please. The next slide, Chair, is confirming just our 5 executive members as has been introduced by the department. That is them on the slide, obviously with the CEO, Advocate Lungisa Malgas, who is sitting next to me. Next slide, please. In terms of our presentation, Chair, we have a table of contents, which is going to take us through what SARA is about. Thankfully, the department has done the initial introduction, our strategic overview, our institutional programs and performance, and obviously linking performance with budgets. Our governance is going to be highlighted, human resources management, so that you get a sense of how the organization is organized, the PFMA compliance report, annual financial statements, challenges, and a conclusion. We understand we have got about 40 to 45 minutes, and Chair, we shall do the best to be within that time. As indicated by the department, we are the South African Heritage Resources Agency, which is a statutory organization established in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act, which we call the NARA. And it's a national body responsible for the protection, management, and coordination of cultural heritage resources. The NARA replaced the National Monuments Act some time ago. And we are an agency of the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, DSEC. In terms of our role, Chair, we coordinate the identification, recording, and management of heritage resources. We promote and encourage public awareness about the national estate. We assist, advise, and provide professional expertise to any authority responsible for the management of the national estate, provincial or local. We monitor and ensure compliance with national principles, standards, and policy for heritage resources management, to introduce an integrated system for the identification, assessment, and management of the heritage resources. Next slide, please. In terms of the strategic overview, Chair, we have got a mandate that is defined in terms of the NARA. And in this mandate, we have got a vision that SARA aims to become the agency uniting people through heritage. And our mission, SARA exists in order to fulfill its mandate as a regulatory body that coordinates and promotes the management of South Africa's heritage resources for community development and social well-being for the benefit of present and future generations. We've got values and behaviors that have been outlined in our annual report, Chair. These include integrity and honesty, accountability and professionalism, objectivity and consistency, teamwork and collaboration, unity of purpose. Next slide, Chair, is going to take us through the institutional program performance. We have here the different years that the department has actually highlighted already. We are proud to say that we have obtained clean audit opinions for 2 consecutive years, 2021, 2022, 2022 and 2023. And in terms of achievement, in 2020-2021, we achieved 80% of our targets, 84, sorry. And in the following years, 100%, as has already been mentioned. Next slide, please. In terms of the annual performance for the current year, Chair and committee members, 2022-2023, we've achieved 100% on all our programs. This will be broken down in the following slides, and you will have more detail in the actual annual report itself. Next slide. Program 1 is administration and governance. Now, the purpose of this is to build and maintain sound organizational, financial, and human capacity within SARA's governance systems to contribute to the upskilling and development of skills. It has been mentioned by the department that we are a specialized entity and agency that obviously requires within its content, staff complement competent people in those areas that relate to the work of the organization. In terms of our performance indicators, we achieved 100% of our output indicators. The revised and updated schedule of application fees levied by SARA was the most viable income generating stream implemented. Now, as we all know, entities are facing budget cuts, and SARA as a regulatory body also does permitting. So the application fees had been at a nominal rate for a number of years. And the organization realized that with the specialized service that we provide, there was room to improve on the permit fees. And this has helped us in terms of our income streams. We strive to develop and retain its staff by means of offering development opportunities, and therefore successfully rolled out 100% of training interventions. This is very important for any organization to make sure that we don't only retain staff, but we continue with the development of skills. We've managed to maintain our staff turnover to between 8 and 10%, taking note that from the Labor Department, 10% is kind of the benchmark that is used, and we're happy that we've been able to be within that. So in terms of our performance management system, we implemented 100% of our targets. Next slide, please. Program 2 relates to our core business, Chair, the strategy coordination of heritage resources management. And the purpose of this is to strengthen existing and newly formed external partnerships in the heritage resources management sector. This is our key performance area. And in 2022-2023, we saw the finalization of the Heritage Resources Management Coordination Plan. This plan is a critical step towards ensuring that those who should be playing a role in effective management of our heritage resources do actively participate in matters concerning identification, protection, and conservation of heritage resources. It's a comprehensive and forward-looking plan, Chair, based on 5 critical objectives that will be addressed over the next 5 years. The detail of this is in our annual report. Next slide. The third program, Chair, is public engagement. SARA has to ensure that it is close to communities and ensures that there's diverse community participation in heritage-related engagements. That is our purpose for this program. Performance indicators. SARA has a responsibility to promote and regulate heritage by disseminating knowledge at hosted or participatory conferences, workshops, seminars, and lectures, both at a national and international level. And in this regard, the entity performed beyond its initial targets. We conducted 24 knowledge dissemination activities with 12 additional activities from the planned 12 during the 2022-23 financial year. This was an increase of 33% from the 18 activities in the previous financial year. These were part of the efforts by the entity in improving communities' knowledge of the importance of managing and protecting their resources. And through these engagements, which were both at local and at provincial level, we believe that we've been able to reach out and engage with communities accordingly. The other program, Program 4, is Business Development and Transformation. Here, the purpose is to implement SARA's mandate through inclusive identification, conservation, promotion, and management of heritage resources. Here, we achieved 100% of our performance targets. The mandate has been carried out successfully as the entity overachieved by assessing 12 sites for grading and declaring 9 heritage resources. The overachievement was due to what is called the serial assessment of 11 kramats. Now, a kramat is a heritage resource that is a group of graves. So the serial declaration means that we had 11 kramats actually declared in a serial declaration, and 8 sites at District 6. Based on these declared sites, SARA has ensured to achieve 100% representativity of the previously marginalized. The entity undertook 68 resource inspections. This was an additional 48 resources over and above the planned inspections. So we have been able to achieve this as a result of contraventions, complaints of damaged resources, and saving financial resources by combining activities. Now, what happens here, Chair, is that we may plan to make certain visits in a particular year, but sometimes communities come with issues and complaints, and we have made it our call to actually respond to those. So that is why then we go beyond what we had targeted, because some of these complaints we cannot actually predetermine. Grading of kramats and other tombs, we have the grading of Nkosi Jongumsobomvu Maqoma and the Kramat Circle of Tombs as mentioned. We can see here the restoration and the grading of the grave site of Nkosi Jongumsobomvu Maqoma, and these are some of the pictures of the kramats that have been also graded. They are spread over different parts of the Western Cape as well. We have had declarations, the Boomplatz rock engravings. We also have declarations at District 6, where certain sites have been declared as heritage sites. Next slide, please. Chair, we've got an obligation to work with other partners and develop those existing partnerships into higher levels. We establish new ones. We'd just like to highlight a partnership we've entered into with the Museums Lab. This is a partnership program between SARA and the Museums Lab, which is a German-based international agency that is part of the international discourse on the future of museums globally. And we are proud that SARA has been able to engage at this level. It is funded partly by the German government and includes other agencies, including the National Museums of Kenya. So we're partnering also with other African sister organizations in the promotion and management of heritage resources. So we're pursuing this partnership with the National Museum of Kenya independently of Museums Lab. We have got the King Baldwin Foundation in the US, which is helping with funding processes to give SARA access to a new source of donor funding and support for its work to preserve and promote the country's heritage. As we know, all agencies are facing financial challenges, and we now have to also look at optimizing our properties which are in the ownership of SARA for possible income generation. We do say that we are a specialized regulatory body that also, through its projects and programs, will facilitate job creations as part of our drive to entrench ourselves within communities. SARA will generate revenue from the proposed solar power at the Dayusafat farm, which is one of the biggest properties that SARA owns. It's about 230 hectares in Paarl, and we're currently engaging with the contract for this particular project. Details of this are also in the annual report. And we've got other SARA properties, which obviously our properties are of heritage, value, significance, and character. So whatever we do,
We lost. We're not hearing you anymore, Mr. Mpatwa. Check your gadget. No, not at all. Not at all. Honorable members, I don't hear him. Do you hear?
No, Chairperson, we can't
Chair,
also
am I
not hear.
audible?
He's back now,
he's-
Chairperson.
Now he's
Okay,
you are back
apologies.
now.
Oh, apologies. So we've got our fifth program, Chair, which is economic empowerment. This is directly or indirectly to contribute to economic empowerment through actively providing employment opportunities. So whilst we are a regulatory body, we have said in the previous slide that we will look at opportunities for economic opportunities, but also job creation. Performance indicators, we facilitate job creation wherever possible. And in this context, the entity identified potential areas in which it could either directly or indirectly contribute to economic empowerment. 100% of the expected outputs for this financial year were achieved. In collaboration with the SETAs, SARA has offered opportunities for 6 students to gain experience through internships. SARA has offered 23 direct employment opportunities through the rehabilitation, refurbishment, and erection of the memorials of the Gwala family graves, as an example, and other infrastructure projects. The entity provided opportunities to SMMEs and other businesses that often source local labor to complete these projects. We can work that has been done in the rehabilitation of some of our heritage resources, including the graves that are highlighted on the screen. Next slide. In terms of linking performance with budgets, Chair, programs obviously have got budgets, and we're looking at the financial years 2021 and 2022 and 2022-2023. Program 1 had a budget of 49 million. Actual expenditure was 32 in the previous year, with under expenditure of 17 million. In this year, we had a budget of 62 million, expenditure 47, and under expenditure is 15 million. Program 2 is relatively within what is budgeted, and the actual expenditure is marginally aligned. That also includes Program 3. The other program which we can highlight, Project 4, in the previous year had a budget of 54 million, 29 was spent, 25 was under expenditure. In this current year, we have 45 million budget, 16 has been spent, and 29 is under expenditure. Program 5 is largely aligned. So you can see that in terms of the budget, which we're going to show in our financial statements, the total budget for this year was 124 million, and we have spent 70. Now, our annual report and in our financial statements will highlight where these issues are. One of the things we would like to highlight as a variance of the 54 million in terms of expenditure is attributable to projects which could not be fully implemented, and this was exacerbated by the procurement freeze that we have been adhering to from National Treasury and from the department. And this variance is also made up of funds which have been committed, and these are funds that are earmarked for expenditure and being used, but they've been rolled over into the following financial year. We also wish to highlight that we've adhered to all cost containment measures that are applicable to all entities. In terms of revenue collection, funding from the agency comprises of grants from DSEC, as the department has already presented to this committee. And obviously we have project funds that generate income from rentals and with interest and on investments in deposit accounts. Rental income is generated from properties owned by SARA. These are not typically high income generating endeavors, but our business development unit ensures that our properties do get optimized. And I think with the arrangement on the Dalusafat farm, we'll see some better revenue generation. In terms of the variance on deferred revenue and interest, this is due to delays in the implementation of projects and the moratorium on spending, which was a National Treasury instruction. Next slide. In terms of governance, chair and committee members, the council has already been introduced, and I don't think we need to spend time on it, but we're just confirming what the department has already presented to you in terms of the composition, the designation, in terms of the membership of council, when members were appointed, the areas of expertise, and the duration of the terms is highlighted, and also that members are actually also participating in various committees of council, which I have already indicated. We see the number of meetings that members attend. Next slide. And we continue in the second slide with the further composition of council and all the areas that have been highlighted and the number of meetings that members attend. I must say that as chair of this council, I can reconfirm that we are a fully functional council and we've got all the committees active and all the chairs lead those committees from where I sit with the competence and due diligence that is expected of council members. And I always thank them for the role they play in supporting the executive in executing the SARA mandate. Next slide. You went back. So now we come to the audit and risk, which I wish to see on the slide. Yes, Chair. It is led by Mr. Khotso Selo, and it comprises of Ms. Rihanna Gani, Ms. Rihanna Parker, Mr. Tsepiso Poho, and Mr. Isaac Law. Members of the ARC, and they are all external members, and we can see the dates they are appointed, and we can see the numbers of meetings that they've. Yeah, we note that Councillor Parker and Poho are actually members of council as well. They've been, so to say, nominated to be in the ARC due to their expertise and experience. In terms of human resources management, Chair, we have the organogram of the organization. We've got the SARA Council, at the top and the chief executive as direct function that reports to council. We've got the executives, the office of the CEO, we've got the company secretary, we've got the Heritage Resources Management executive, we've got the corporate service executive, and financial management, which is the CFO, so to speak. So we've got the offices that fall under each department. You see that under the office of the CEO, we have legal services, internal audit, planning, monitoring and evaluation, heritage promotion. And then we have in the heritage resources management, this is obviously the biggest department with heritage conservation, heritage information, reparations and restitutions office, which is RRO, which is a newly established unit within the department. And then we've got the various entities that fall under HRM. We've got corporate services, which has got business development, property management, ICT and human resources, and financial management under the CFO, accounting and supply chain management. That is the organogram of the organization as it stands. Next slide, please. In terms of employment and vacancies, Chair, top management is fully occupied. There are no vacancies. Senior management, we have 14% vacancies. Professional qualified staff, we've got 15% vacancies. Semi-skilled, no vacancies. Skilled, 7% vacancies. Unskilled, no vacancies. As mentioned, we've got about 10% of vacancies overall from a staff complement of 85. There are some points mentioned at the bottom. The impact of COVID, financial constraints, and external competition for highly skilled staff remains a challenge and adversely affects, obviously, staff movement throughout the year. But we believe that with improved career development, this is one of the reasons we've had to be able to maintain our staff. And obviously some resign seeking greener pastures. Building a diverse talent and a sustainable future supply, which recognizes the critical role that human capital has in meeting the immediate talent demands of SARA and responding to the strategy demands and addressing long and short-term talent requirements. We are therefore proud to be within the 10% threshold in terms of staff retention and staff turnover, let me say. The PFMA compliance report, we can say that in terms of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure and material losses, there's been no irregular expenditure from our current audit. No irregular expenditure was incurred in the current and previous year. SARA complied with all applicable legislation in the procurement processes, and there is no irregular expenditure removed. From our books, fruitless and wasteful expenditure under determination in the current year relates to interest on late submission of EMP 201s to SARS. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure under determination in the previous year relates to interest on overdue accounts and a cost order and sheriff's fees to reverse attachment of SARA's assets of 133,000. SARA received an abatement in the amount of 63,000 for penalty on late submission of EMP 201s in 2022. This amount was removed from fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Next slide. Annual financial statements will give you highlights here, Chair, in the committee. SARA obtained clean audit opinion on the annual financial statements, which is one of our key deliverables and targets. The entity's liquidity is solvent and sound. Looking at creating more revenue generating income opportunities is one of our objectives. The expenditure significantly decreased due to budgetary constraints. Budget allocation decreased over the last 5 years. Next slide. In terms of the financial position, Chair, SARA has obtained a clean audit. We've mentioned this. In terms of assets, current assets, cash and equivalents, SARA transactions amounted to 91,228,201. And this comes at the back of the entity achieving an operating surplus. Now you will see that in line 6 of our financial statements, cash and cash equivalents, there's an amount of 91 million highlighted there for 2023, and in 2022 it was 62 million. And obviously we look at continuing to implement cost-cutting measures and at the same time explore revenue-generating opportunities. Next slide. Financial position, we've highlighted that the entity's liquidity and solvency is sound, and it is able to use its current assets and non-current assets to settle liabilities. We will see that our assets exceed our liabilities, which are in line 10 to 13 in the financial statements, which is 59 million in terms of liabilities. Non-current assets in the form of property, plant and equipment, as well as heritage assets, have increased due to additions and replacement of old and broken assets, as well as the refurbishment and restoration expenditure incurred on heritage buildings. Current liabilities, payables from exchange transactions, the entity's current liabilities increased due to late appointment of the service providers for restoration, whose invoices remained unpaid at year end. These suppliers were only appointed in the last quarter. Unspent conditional grants, the increase is due to delays in implementation of projects due to unforeseen circumstances. Next slide. In terms of financial performance, Chair, revenue analysis, rental income has remained relatively the same. As we said, we are not a high rental income generating entity, but we are looking at improving revenue from opportunities and refurbishing some of our properties. Government grants and subsidies increased by approximately 2 million from the prior period, and this is due to the new program, which is the RRO, the Repatriation and Restitution Office, whose allocation was included as part of the program funding. RRO allocation was 3 million in the current financial period. Other grants, this reduction is related to delayed projects and ultimately an increase in the deferred income. Interest received increases due to increase in surplus funds from delayed projects. The same permit fees, as we mentioned, have been increased because of the increase in our permit fees that we've now levied because of our professional service that we provide. Next slide. In terms of expenditure analysis, Chair, salaries and benefits, obviously this is the highest expenditure in the entity, but the cost of employment has come down a little bit due to a number of resignation and late filling of vacant posts. The delays in the filling of vacancies created some savings. Now, obviously, when these positions are filled, those funds will be utilized accordingly. Repairs and maintenance, the expenditure delayed year on year due to the delays in the appointment of service providers. And general expenditure significantly decreased due to the budgetary constraints. Next slide, please. So to give an overview, Chair, the financial analysis, we can see that in terms of program funding, the entity's program funding has remained largely constant over the last 5 years. And we understand that this is obviously due to the budget cuts. And from 2019-2020, we received 58 million, a slight increase in 2021 to 60, and it has remained largely constant up to the current financial year. Cost of employment, as indicated, Chair, is the largest chunk of our expenditure, and it has also largely remained constant. And we've had the presentation from the department in terms of the pressures that are coming for salary increases. But from 2019, 44 million cost of employment to 47 in 2023. This is the situation that we have with a marginal increase, which we must mention is not related to the inflationary pressures that everyone is facing. Next slide, please. Challenges, Chair, this is coming to our conclusion. SARA has constantly made strides to achieve its operational targets required to execute its mandate, notwithstanding the harsh realities of budgetary constraints. And we have to say that we, you've moved to the next slide before I finished. We have to appreciate the support of the department in assisting us through these challenging times to be able to execute our mandate by making the grants available, and we accounting to the department on the utilization of these funds. Obviously, there are challenges that we are not the only ones facing. All entities of government are facing these challenges. So to fund its operations, SARA primarily relies on the budget allocation received through DSEC. The budget provided to SARA has continuously declined or has been in relative terms constant. And obviously, this is a challenge for the entity's ability to properly carry out its mandate. Budget allocation decrease over the last 5 years has been highlighted in the previous slide. Inability to effectively engage with all areas of legislative mandate. The loss of critical skills because the market is quite volatile. Inability to offer competitive packages, again, because of the volatility of the market. And obviously the maintenance of SARA properties is quite a big chunk, which actually challenges us to find ways of income generation. Next slide. When it comes to the execution of our mandate in terms of the NARA, provincial heritage resources play a critical role in the identification and the execution of our mandate in general. But we have a challenge of non-functional PRAs, which are, as you can appreciate, not represented in council. And obviously this presents a challenge to SARA's work. Now, non-functional PRAs, Chair, I can highlight that this results in the mandate that needs to be carried out at provincial level not to be executed adequately, and which means that service delivery results in unsustainable strain on SARA's limited resources, because where the PRAs are not operational or functional, SARA has to execute the mandate as a national entity. So this is one of the challenges that we have. We've been informed formally by the department of the amalgamation of SARA possibly with the National Heritage Council, and we believe that this might benefit both organizations in terms of combined resources, new ideas, and diverse perspectives. However, due to budget cuts, there is uncertainty of how the merger will impact both organizations. Now, we understand that the amalgamation is going to involve the amendment of legislation, which obviously has got time implications, and we would want to see that that process does not necessarily negatively impact on the business continuity of the execution of the mandate of the organization. Timeframes on amalgamation are going to be of critical importance for us, so that the business continuity does not get compromised in the process. Next slide. You went back again. I don't know what's happening to this slide, Chair. They keep jumping back. So in conclusion, Chair, next slide, please. We believe that the mandate of SARA to unite the nation through heritage is one of our key areas of interest and commitment. And we believe that our heritage celebrates our achievements and contributes to redressing past inequities. It educates, it deepens our understanding of society and encourages us to empathize with the experience of others. It facilitates healing, material and symbolic restitution. From that perspective, Chair, we would like to thank the committee. We'd like to thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. We'd like to express our appreciation to the department for the ongoing support that we get. I wish to thank the council for the support they are providing to assist our executive, who are doing an amazing job from our perspective to execute the SARA mandate and to keep the organization in the good financial state that we are happy to report. And I will hand over to you, Chair. And if there are any questions, we are available to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairperson. And with the very informative information, hoping that now our members will raise questions, will also suggest and propose anything that they want to do so. According to the hands which are in front of mine, is Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Mthethwa, Honorable Lomani, Honorable Zondi, Honorable Beki, Honorable Denise, Honorable Madlingozi, and I will ask some questions after all these members. Let's start with Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we welcome the presentation and we note the stability or unchanging audit outcome of the entity. But I have a concern, especially with the composition of the board, of the council. One female, I think it must be addressed. We have only one female and it's a concern that it must be addressed. Diversity is so important of these boards. And I believe that's why yesterday we proposed that we must come with an amendment that will say we as a committee, we must interview this board or this council, so to say, for us to check this diversity part and other things. But nonetheless, Chair, there's a concern, an expression which was made by Association of South Africa Professional, ibizwa ASAPA. And that concern is not even reflected on this presentation, and it's a serious concern of transporting 2 fusis. And they're quiet on it. What happened? What were the challenges? And what is it? Because SARA are the accountable officers for our preservation of the heritage. And SARA must account because they gave permission or an application for there's an international outcry, especially on this, because the so-called, there's a professor who's involved, and it's a concern because they had a trip and nothing has been said to us. What is the status and how, because you are custodian of the national heritage, and it is highly irresponsible as for these fusis to just go for universal heritage in its importance. Now, I'm saying to the board or to the chair, can you tell us more, give us details, what happened, why was it done, and when was it done? Because obviously this is an issue of, it has an international cry, and obviously there's a committee which is specifically committed to this. But nonetheless, Chair, another issue that I wanted to find out, 23 direct job created opportunities. What can they give us more information? At what cost and what economic impact did it give to South Africa? For now, Chair, these are my questions, but thank you for the presentation, and I want to congratulate the council for standing, making sure that service delivery. And I wonder, regarding the last question, Chair, regarding the tourism, how does it impact the tourism outcome, Isara, on this issue? Because I wanted to see that on the presentation, I didn't see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. The next honorable member is Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Ngampela isemzini wensizwa, Chairperson. Isemzini wensizwa, we need to do something about that. I want to say, I nearly sang the song with emzini wensizwa, but let me leave it for later. Chair, I must say that it is commendable when you look at systems in place. It is one institution that I think within all the institutions within the department have done well in terms, and no wonder they have such good outcomes in terms of audits. I want to find out what is meant by target achieved. As in the face value, I have not seen white people participating even in the national events. So does achieved target focuses on the box to be ticked internally or the impact assessment? The second one is 100% as they report is a very beautiful picture, and that on paper, but in reality doesn't seem to produce the same picture. History has no blank pages, and I know that DM responded to this question in a manner that suggested that it is because of the ANC active community that is painting a skewed heritage. Our heritage, before we know that it has the Jan van Riebeecks and that. Are we not going to the same, going the same direction? Because what we see mostly, it is ANC cadres who are honored. It is the journey that is traversed by ANC cadres. Where are PAC members and APLA members? Do you have any names that you can mention for me that you have honored in terms of those that participated? There are also other people outside the cadres, the political cadres, who participated in achieving our freedom. The budget underspent, yet not able to raise the salaries of workers who seem to be performing very much well in terms of the picture that has been painted today. Is there no way of requesting a deviation, since you are talking about the underspending? Because that money will be returned back to Treasury, which has been the cause of decreasing budgets, especially for this department. I saw also noted that meetings attended, other members are at 8. There were those who are at 2 or 3. What is the cause? What was the cause for that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mteto. The next honorable member is Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Chair. I've already greeted. Let me just go straight to the questions, Chair. Let me commend Sarah for obtaining a clean audit opinion. This is very, very good. I believe they will continue obtaining a clean audit opinion, and also the 100% of the achievement of the targets. I want to commend them on that thing. The first question, Chair, I want to have a right on what Honorable Zondi and Honorable Mthethwa has spoke about the
Not
issue.
Honorable Zondi. It's
Oh,
Honorable
Honorable
Mhlongo.
Mhlongo, sorry. I'm sorry. Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo and Honorable Mthethwa on the issue of the composition of the council. I'm also, Chair, not quite happy when it comes to the issue of gender balance. It can be that there are 12, but it's only one female. I wanted to put to the department to say we need to make sure that we correct this composition of this according to the issues of gender. I'm also not happy because of one female. This is not making sure that maybe we still maybe fight with the issue of gender parity and other stuff. The other thing that I want to ask, Chair, to the department on oversight activities, the number of council committees meeting that have set for the year 2022 and 2023 is much less than past held meetings. I just want to ask, did the council give reason as to why they couldn't hold meetings much as the previous financial year? The composition of executive management from the composition of the council is great reflection of gender balance. Total of is 5 and 3 are females and 2 are males. That's, I'm commenting on that one, that it's very good. The other matter that I want to ask on SARA, on their financials, they spoke about the issue of freezing the entry notches of salaries where they've made the savings. I just wanted to check whether the freezing of the entry notches doesn't affect the service delivery, because maybe, or they see that the entry level is not so much very important. I just want to check why are they chose to freeze the entry notches of salaries. The other matter is that on their the non-functional of the Provincial Heritage Resources Authority, I just want to ask, what have they done if they've seen that there is non-functional, and also they've stated that now they are doing it as SARA because there is non-effective of the Provincial Heritage Resources Authorities. So the other matter is also why there was late filling of vacant posts, where there is budget and then they take time to fill the posts that are supposed to be filled. Also, there was a late submission that has been caused. I don't remember, just I didn't capture the number, just forgot the number, that there was a late submission for SARS. Why there was a late submission? What happened? What has caused the issues of late submission of the issue of to SARS? So the other matter I just want to check is that the department indicated in its report the issue around staff raises. SARA has stated that there has been a revision and an updated schedule of application fees levied by SARA. It further stated that this was the most viable income generating stream implemented. Does this mean that SARA has been able to deal with issues around salary increase or what? The other question, it will be on the issue of the financial analysis. The department also stated that it has a discussion with the entity concerning the matter of the budget allocation concerning the 15% increase that was requested by the labor unions. It further states that the 3% was granted by the entity for an increase and a 3% bonus. This is not tabled in the cost of employment budget where salaries and benefit are concerned. I just needed that. Can they clarify us more on that issue? The last question, Chair, that I'm having is under Program 3. I just want to speak about the efforts done by SARA to improve the community's knowledge and of the importance of managing and protecting their resources are fundamental in nation building and preserving heritage must be commended. We encourage the entity to continue even to ensure that this program of public engagement is protected. I also want to request Sarah, because where I am in the constituency, we're having Pilgrim's Rest as declared as a heritage site. I just want to check when last did they visit Pilgrim's Rest as part of heritage site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malomane. I'm nearly saying that other question you must ask them on the second round, but thank you for those questions. They've noted themselves. The next honorable member is Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning to you and to honorable members and the entities on the platform. Chair, I'm joining our colleagues to welcome the presentation. A few comments to note and response, Chair. We note, Chair, that in terms of non-financial performance, there is 100% achieved since 2021-2022 financial year, as our colleagues indicated also. There is an infrastructure grant increase of 1,800, amounting to 12,800 for 2022-2023 financial year. SARA has upheld an unqualified outcome since 2021-22 financial year, which should be encouraging, because in the 2020-2021 financial year, the audit outcome were unqualified with findings. So we appreciate and commend the entity for that, Chair. The work of the entity in collaboration with SETAs to offer opportunities for 6 students to gain experience through internships gives hope for working towards decreasing the statistics of unemployment for youth, noting that the entity is not a job creation entity. Though, Chair, the question is, does the entity have plans to keep relations with SETAs to be able to provide such opportunities for internships in future? The last one, Chair, public awareness and education need to be directed to the people on the ground. They need to appreciate heritage in their communities and promote its preservation. Is SARA doing that as a matter of principle? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zondi. Honorable Khadebe.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, everyone on the platform. I think I'll concur with the colleagues that it's good that the public funds are used effectively and efficiently. We really appreciate SARA what it has done when coming to maintaining the good books and clean audits. But what is very important here, Chairperson, I'm tempted to respond to some of the things which were raised here. One, that everything is done here because of the killers of the ANC. I think that is wrong and misleading. I'll just make an example here. Was Steve Biko a member of the ANC? Whereas we're having one of the best academic hospitals in the country named after him in Pretoria. I think that is Sarah Bartman. Was she a cadre of the ANC? There's a municipality named after her. I think that we must be circumspect with what we're saying.
Just a moment.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Mahlingozi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hear Mr. Khadebe is responding, but we still have to ask questions. Is that proper? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Khadebe.
Mr. Mahlingozi, Mr. Mahlingozi, it's within the questions that I've noted, and in my noticing some of the question, I can reflect as a member, and we have got a right, even yourself, if Honorable Beauty, Lulani, or any other member is asking a question that you yourself you can answer through your knowledge, especially the political question. For instance, if I can say, is it correct that Honorable Madlingozi must do ABC? You've got a right when you're asking a question saying that even the person who's going to respond, you can respond yourself saying that this is not a correct information which is being raised by myself. So let's take on that note, but they are still going to respond, the people who are presenting. Thank you, Honorable Madlingozi. Go on, Honorable Khatib.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We are correct, Honorable Chairperson, because if the statements are made, if a question is asked and a statement is made, we have a right to respond to that statement. I'm not answering the question is going to be answered by Sarah. But if there are political statements which are made, they'll be responded to. That's why when I say that, was Steve Biko a kid of the ANC? You take Robert Sobukwe. Was Robert Sobukwe the kid of the ANC when the longest road in Cape Town is named after him? So I think that we must not mislead the communities that only a certain political party's leaders their names are used. Is Philip Khosana was part of the cadres of the ANC.
Point taken, Honorable Member, yeah. Point taken.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. But what I want to raise here, Chairperson, is that I really appreciate the work done by Sarah. What happened last day, a disaster struck South Africa when the parliament bent down to the ashes. But as the presenter was speaking here on this, that part of the mandate of Sarah is to ensure that we unite the nation through the heritage. We know very well that when you go to the site of parliament, that site of parliament is only reflecting the Western type of heritage. What is Sarah going to do to ensure that as we move forward, that parliament really reflects the history of our country? When you go towards Iziwo Museum there, you find that there's a lady there. There's a lady there whose statue is very big. When you go towards the main entrance of parliament, you find that there is a farmer there. And then those people do not reflect the heritage of our country. So what is Sarah going to do to ensure that, as the English say, that for each and every cloud there's a silver lining? What are they going to do to ensure that that site, because now it is going to be reconstructed, the site of parliament, what are they going to do to ensure that the total history of South Africa is reflected in the perimeter of parliament? And number two, Chair, is the issue of taking, when we bury Jan van Riebeeck, our grandchildren will never know that there was a Jan van Riebeeck who brought a lot of oppression in South Africa. So as there is a movement to remove those statues, what is going to be done with them? What is the Heritage Land Resource Agency going to do to ensure that those statues are not destroyed, but they are maintained and preserved, so that we take our grandchildren, we tell them that there was once a porter here in South Africa. There was once a PW porter who ensured that so many people in the townships are killed. They must know that there was once a freedom fighter, Solomon Masango. Solomon Masango is the one who paid the ultimate price so that we can get the free education we're getting today. Those are the few questions which I had. There are only two, but I really appreciate the report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable Dennis. Is Honorable Dennis on the platform? Honorable Dennis.
Yes, Chairperson, I will take my opportunity now. I'll just hang on, please. Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you for the presentation. I wanted to start off, Chairperson, with the maybe just before I need to just say, and I forgot yesterday to say thank you to the department for that invitations to the Indigenous Games, which I attended, and I also met Member Matetwa there. And then I just wanted to ask we didn't respond to the minister's report back this morning, and we appreciate what the minister has been doing in the last 24 hours. And also would like to know if the minister is willing to share that letter with the committee that he received from WADA, that with the consequences is postponed now for South Africa sports codes. Chairperson, then I want to just go on to the item of that SARA is an agency. I think it was said by themselves in their opening remarks. It is not a department, and also at the end that the agency referred to amalgamation, and which is, I think, is the relevant debate that we need to have in government at this point in time. So I'm glad that they are cooperating and involved in that. Chairperson, I wanted to ask something about the staff turnover, which is fairly low, between 8 and 10%. But I wanted just to know what is and I saw the organogram. Just want to know what is the actual staff complement, and if they do exit interviews for people who leave, and if there are any in that interviews issues that previous staff members raised about the department or the work, the entity or the work itself, or whether it is just, as the entity have said, it is people that moving on for better pastures. On the public engagement, I want to ask Chairperson, is there also public engagement with the castle? Where does the castle fit into? It's probably the oldest heritage site that we have, because I know the castle is now open to many other organizations, and also engagement with the Khoisan people, since Act 3 of 2019 have now recognized the Khoisan for the first time. Just want to know what's happening in that space with engagements. And then I also want to know about where it was raised about the Kramats. And under business transformation, I wanted to know about anything involvement about Tana Baru in the Boerkaap, and also the graves in Constantia and Newlands and Harfields, or areas where our people lived long before apartheid. So I wanted to know about those sites and areas. How does SARA view those sites and many other sites that were there long before apartheid, that people, some of them are accessible, that people do still visits, but maybe there's others that we're not aware about. I also want to know about engagement with the municipalities. What role does the municipalities play? And is there a partnership with them as well? I'm very pleased to hear about Tal Josaphat, that solar plant, and also the economic part of SARA that they play, because it's good to hear that an entity talks about own revenue, which I think is probably our biggest challenge in most of the entities. Chairperson, I just wanted to also comment about the under expenditure which was raised by the other members as a concern. And I want to hear what is the definition of the word procurement freeze. One of the members have asked something to that effect, but I'm not sure if this is a statement after everyone was told to cut the budgets, or is it an internal mechanism that the entity is using to cut back on projects or hold back on expenditure for whatever reason. So I just want to hear what the definition means of procurement freeze. And then there was a point about the sheriff's cost on attachment of properties. I don't know why that has happened, where it is and why it happened. And then I want to make a point about the slide on the cost of employment, which I think has moved from 44 to 47 million, which is a fairly low increase. But overall, one have to still ask, what is the cost of employment in the whole budget versus the other expenditure? And I've also noted that the infrastructure was about 12 million. So that is basically what many people, even the unionized environment that we all live in, and that people have rights and workers have rights. But that is probably our biggest challenge right throughout, including ourselves in Parliament, that we need to address. But I also support your chairperson in closing the challenges that the entities are managing it on the challenges on amalgamation. I support the department's role in strongly focusing on amalgamation in general. For now, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. The next honorable member is Honorable Madlingozi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me show my face. And can I be allowed to turn it off?
No, we've seen you, Honorable Madlingozi.
Good to see you. Good to see you again, Honorable Member. Sorry, Chairperson.
Thank you.
All right. Chairperson, let me say my good rising to the department, the visitors, my colleagues, and also let me welcome the presentation from Dr. Mpahlo. I wouldn't want to reiterate what my colleagues have been saying about the composition of the board, the limited number of women representation. I think the SARA shouldn't be treated as a plant. No, we should be treated as the entity as it is. Let me also repeat the invisible.
Sorry, Honorable Madlingozi, please.
Yes.
Everyone who has spoken must lower his or her hand in order that when I'm taking the
Yes, I will. I normally lower it.
Not you. Just a moment. Not you, Honorable Dennis, and let me see other one who's still having. Honorable Dennis, please lower your hand, and then I must left with the hand of Honorable Madlingozi. I'll ask some question after you, Honorable Madlingozi. Honorable Dennis, I don't know what's going on today with you. When I'm calling you, we are not upfront. Even now, I'm trying that you must lower your hand in order we must know that it's a legacy hand. I'm sorry to do this to you, Honorable Madlingozi. Please continue. Someone must tell Honorable Dennis to lower his hand. Thank you, Honorable Madlingozi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also commend the work that Sarah has been doing. Excellent. Chairperson, I want to know what is happening with the remains of our kings that were taken away by the Westerners who took them as trophies. I think that was very evil. Our country today is going through hell, Chairperson, and everything is going wrong. And the majority of our people believe in our ancestral power. We need to bring back the head of King Yinsa and other body parts that the British took away. Now, I want to find out, Chairperson, what is the culprit country saying about other body parts that were taken from our shores, and what else was taken by the killers of our royal heritage, especially the coastal royal heritage. We've seen a Miss May bringing back the seat of King Langa Libalele. Now the question is, what else does Sarah know was taken away from our country? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlingozi. Let me take this opportunity also to follow suit on the colleagues about saying that we do welcome this presentation, and also we notified and we are appreciating the work that you have done as this entity, and also for sure all of us being gender activists, when we talk of gender, we not talk about women, we talk about women and men. So which means department through you, Sarah, we must try to correct what members is saying. Each and every department, we do the oversight, monitoring of the gender issues. But also the entity was able to achieve in terms of the meeting of targets of your business development and transformation. Let me ask it, whilst you have made mention that you have 12 sites for grading and declared 9 heritage resources, the serial assessment of 11 Kramats and the serial declaration of 8 sites at District 6, the work done by the entity, we do see that is a reflection that there is adequate management of resources and controls. I'm suspecting every member who was contributing was saying that you are doing well with those, and the international relations that will be formed by entity will yield positive outcomes for our communities and the country. Does the entity have set targets in which they would like to have finalized the partnerships? It is noted that with the partnerships in progress, there can be socio-economic benefits for the surrounding communities. At Daljasvat Farm, may the entity give more detail about the proposed solar-powered renewable energy plant at Daljasvat Farm, and also as yesterday and today, to all of us as South Africans, we are aware what is going on in between Israel and what is this? As well, see, Pakistan, yes. Some of us, we are very worried.
Palestine, not Pakistan, Palestine.
Thank you, not Pakistan, Israel and Palestine, as we're supposed to talk about this every now and then. But I wanted to check with you as a Sarah. Will appreciate it if you can mention to us this ongoing conflict in Gaza threatens our heritage. I'm suspecting especially you built environment, other heritage sites in the region. This is, I'm suspecting this is a contravention of UNESCO Convention on the Preservation of Cultural Heritage. maybe additionally in South Africa, we have witnessed burning of buildings in Gauteng. Some of those buildings were graded by you, Sarah, and are heritage sites. And maybe this has directed focus on the neglect of built environment, which is a key component of the social decay. And I'm suspecting, as everyone in South Africa, starting from the president and to every citizen leadership who is condemning this, we would love to check what is your intake, even in those things which are happening in our buildings, which you are taking care of. So far, we are saying norms wensiza phansi ngoms wensiza phansi. Can I now give it to you? Will come later, the department. Let's give it to Sarah to answer the questions, and then the ministry will come to try to facilitate with the relevant officials which are here. To you, Mr. Mphahlwa, and you, CEO, other people, they must answer questions. Ungasidleli itheko wedwa Mthembu. We must show a collective working together. A presentation, you have done it yourself. Surely you have come together, and now everyone must play a role in order that we must see that we are a collective. Now is the time that questions have been put to you, collective of Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the members of the committee for affording us another opportunity. And indeed, we shall strive to respond to the questions in a collective manner as best as possible. However, allow me first to appreciate the words of encouragement that we are receiving from committee members in terms of their appraisal of the report that we've presented. We appreciate this very much because it gives us also further encouragement to do even better than we are doing now. And I must also add that the questions that are being asked, it is a very encouraging thing for us to see the level of engagement that committee members are presenting here. And we hope and wish we had the funds and the time to do all the things that members are raising. Insofar as the issue of the composition of council chair, I think the department is listening, and we don't appoint ourselves necessarily, but we do believe that government always tries to ensure that the councils are balanced, and we hope that this will be addressed. I have the fortunate situation to have been in the previous council, where even there the issue of gender balance was raised, and we did have some female members, not as much as I think we wish. And I do believe that because of the specialized nature of this organization, it is very important that we achieve that balance, especially because we also engage with communities. So we can only support that view. I will have to mention, Chair, the question from the Honorable Mhlongo on the ASAPA issue, the fossils issue. And I have specialists in the organization that can actually give you more detail about this. I have the chair of the Heritage Resources Management Committee, and I've got the executive of the Heritage Resources Unit, and they are capable, supported by the senior managers here. I don't know to what extent you want us to go into detail, but as chair, this matter has been reported to us, and I can say that from our perspective, we also welcome the dialogue that this matter has generated. The members have raised it. We've had universities like UCT raising it and other entities. We just have to mention that SARA has got a mandate to issue permits and to do best endeavor to assess each application. And we believe that this was done in that context. And SARA received an application from another institution of academic character, which is WITS, the university, the Professor Lee Berger, who was the one who issued the application to us, is a professor at the university and a professor of paleontology. So it's not just anybody who came here and said they want to do this. SARA saw the importance of contributing to research and to exchange, and in the assessment, all measures were taken to ensure that the asset does what it needs to do on a temporary basis. It goes to space as part of research, and it was meant to come back. And we have to report that this asset is back in the country and has actually been delivered to where it's supposed to be. So in terms of the outcry, which is in the media, we appreciate the dialogue that this is generating, and we do not believe that we've acted in an irresponsible manner, because all the matters that relate to this were taken into account. And I can say that as much as we will not run away from a discussion that I think is very, very important, now all of a sudden we are all engaging with issues of heritage and fossils and how they are managed, and I think the ongoing engagement is also going to help us perhaps in future endeavors to manage these things perhaps in a manner that satisfies everyone. But in terms of our mandate, we do not believe there was anything untoward that we did, and I can commend the team that worked through this process. And obviously every situation is a lesson. We learn from every situation. So we embarked on this one on the basis of research and exchange with a professional. If you read the media, one of the issues that is raised is that SARA did not consult with other entities, other committees. Now, SARA has been given a mandate by government, and SARA has got capacity within itself. All the members of the SARA management who were involved in this project are members of ASAPA themselves. And we can't just assume that there's one voice from ASAPA which says that this was wrong. So we have to look at this in the broader context of how our professionals, being members of these organizations, also act within the context of their understanding of how these processes should be managed. And if government says now, instead of doing our work, we must engage other committees outside to consult with them, then I don't know what our mandate is. So this is the basis on which this was undertaken. And I'm not sure if Committee Chair Ntate Serekwane would like to add a few words on this, and the executive on Heritage Resources Management, Ms. Komi, who is sitting with me here in the boardroom. Ntate Joe, are you willing to say a few words on this matter? being an academic yourself from the University of the Free State.
Chair, yes, thank you. I think Komi will speak to the process, and perhaps with the process, it will provide us with a bit of context. Honorable Chair of Portfolio Committee, honorable members, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's always exciting to speak to a bigger body so that at least we are seen to be. I'm going to also just like Honorable Madlingo to just request that I stop my video because my connectivity is very low here, and then I'll just speak from the mic. Two things matters, Chair, to add to what you said. You know, part of this happening in a Heritage Month speaks to the mandate and actually breathing the typical what we do with our heritage resources material into something that loosely translate that we bequeath, but content, not objects, to the next generation. And until such time that we take courage to engage with the content of what's been reduced to objects, then we're going to be bequeathing in line with the preamble of the narrative of the National Heritage Resources Act, objects and not content. Honorable Chair mentioned that the buildings get burned, the other heritage materials get burned. It is precisely because they are received as objects without content. So if we are a responsible entity and we understand that heritage resources material has the role to educate, to heal, and loosely translates to symbolic repatriation and appeasement, that we need to be able to ask the uncomfortable question and engage with this heritage resources material. And we've taken as part of our strategic position to make sure that we revisit our understanding of cultural heritage from the South and take the voice from the South to be in conversation with the North. Much as UNESCO has been taking the lead with its related legislation to really conceptualize the notion of heritage, South Africans need to start doing equally so that we are able to actually reclaim the narrative that has been told by the North to the South. The South needs to start taking leadership as far as the talking is concerned. So what was, for me as council member, important here, and as an academic important, is the courage to engage with really the approach that wants to advance a functional approach. Unless all of these collections become functional, then they remain objects. And objects are things that get moved from, that are depicted, and they remain behind glasses at museums and serve absolutely no purpose. It is unfortunate that the academic community and everybody that's interested and affected chose to not want to see, in the context of heritage celebration, awareness, education, in a month that speaks to heritage information, awareness, and education, that it became about the risk, and it literally silenced what the mandate stands for. And this is perhaps the debate that I would like to have with my colleagues in academic fields beyond this particular conversation. So SARA has processes that Komi will speak to now that allows members of the public that are interested and affected to form part of our permitting policies. The policy is something that we draft as agency. We put it out for public comment. And before it's gazetted and it forms part of our practices, because it has been tested in various bodies some professional bodies, some communities. And I want to just perhaps say here that the heritage resources materials are for the people, the custodians of the heritage resources materials are South Africans people's heritage. They're not SARA's heritage. And it's important that when we permit that we also take the social benefit of what we actually permitting. It's just not to serve a particular academic interest, it's to make sure that it serves a particular kind of social purpose. And the social here was forming part of the considered matter as we embarked on the process of this permitting. Two options that people get, and Komi will speak to that. And if people don't exercise these opportunities to comment on the permit before it's formalized, and to come back to want to go to media to engage with SARA, it's just as equally irresponsible. Because we're not an entity of a private organization, we're an entity of government of South Africans. And we're an entity that can sue and can be sued. We're an entity that puts itself out to engage with every single community, whether the people agree or disagree with us. We are that kind of typical entity. So it's in the context of us elevating objects to becoming functions, to serve a particular social function, that we saw it fit to actually permit and to allow this to trigger a sort of a dialogue. It's unfortunate that just the dialogue took a negative kind of disposition. Thank you, Chair. My Chair, and thank you, Chair of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you. Any other intake, Chairperson?
Yeah, Chair, we'll just hand over to our senior manager on the heritage resources. And she will just briefly tell us, Executive, sorry, about the process that they went through, because there is a public aspect to the work that we do. So, Gome?
Good morning, honorable committee members, chairperson, and honorable principals. Good morning. We would like here just to express that our process happens on our system, Heritage, South African Heritage Information System, SARIS. It is an online system that is quite transparent, and we use it for processing all the applications. 30 days before we could issue the decision on this permit, it was open on SARIS for any comments on anybody to present, and we didn't receive any comments that were against such a permit. Our colleagues went to lengths to engage with the curating institutions and other bodies that would have contributed to this decision. After the decision was made, the process also allows 14 days within which such a decision can be appealed. Within the 14 days, there was no appeal as well. We have learned from here, as my chairperson has said, that the issue of transparency we can improve on, but also accessibility of these resources where they are curated is something that we need to work on with the academic institutions and the general communities as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mama Kumureng. So we appreciate, Chair, that this is not a debate that we can close in this platform, but we just want to reassure the committee members that this process, which took place actually in July, was done through a thorough appraisal of all the issues, and we were not working alone. And I think, therefore, you know, if the debate is to continue, when UCT approached us, we actually invited them that were willing to sit down with them and express their concerns, but not forgetting that this was also an application from another academic institution, WITS. So if there is this kind of interest from our academics, and I support my committee chair who says that obviously there are risks in everything, but we cannot just look at our objects as just nice things behind glass boxes. Where there is interest, and this was an application for a particular purpose, it then gets evaluated on its merits, and the process is considered to make sure that there is no undue compromise that might be experienced. And obviously we cannot control all factors, but we are happy that the asset was taken to space. The professor did what he believed needed to be done with it, and it has been brought back to the country without any damage. So we cannot comment at this stage on the impact of the space on the asset itself. But I mean, all these matters, paleontologists know, and the professor has the competence to know what, he saw the value in doing this exercise. So we are not saying that everything we do is perfect, but we believe that in this case, we have acted within our mandate, within the law, and all our procedures were followed, and the asset was brought back. Now, Honorable Mhlongo talks about issues of tourism and the impact. I mean, part of the debate around this fossil, even if it's not necessarily tourism related, I think is broadening the discourse around the assets that we have as a country and the value these have to the society. And so we hope that this process will actually make us do better and engage better. And those who have got interest in the paleontological field, which is a very specialized field in itself, will actually take interest. Honorable Mthethwa, some of the issues he raised around Mzanwezi and Sizwe has been covered, and we hope that this matter will be taken into account. Now, in terms of the questions around only cadres of one organization, the ANC seem to be honored. I just need to mention, Honorable Chair, that this annual report is for activity of a particular year, which in this case is 2022-2023. And the items that are highlighted are those that were carried out in this particular year. It's not about everything that SARA does. We do know that previously we've had the graves of Steve Biko also refurbished and looked after. The same for Robert Bukwe, for example, and the statue of his erected. So all these activities cannot be reported in 1 year. I just need to make that point, please. But we will take any criticism where it might be seen that this is a one-sided affair. But we, as SARA does not look at political affiliation of anybody. It looks at issues of national interest that are brought to us. Honorable Mthethwa raised the issue of salaries and underspending. The CFO is here. I do not think there is a direct relationship between underspending and salaries. Money that has been underspent, it's funds that are allocated for particular events and activities. They are not allocated for salaries. Salaries are from the grants that we receive from DSEC. And infrastructure spending, because the programs that have got underspending if you look at the different programs, are those that have got infrastructure and perhaps human resources. Those are the two programs where the understanding was. So we cannot equate and say because of understanding, we now must increase salaries. It does not really work like that. We just need to mention also, for the sake of the members that have raised the issue of the salaries versus the budget. We pay 80% of the DSEC grant to salaries. 80% of it goes to salaries. So, but the funding for special projects is a separate budget altogether, and those two are not related. Honorable Mthethwa also raised the issue of council attendance, where the members who attended too. This goes back to some of the challenges that PRAs have, where sometimes there are changes in the composition of the PRA, and the member who was part of council is withdrawn at the PRA level, and then another one implemented. So our company secretary is monitoring the attendances of council meetings, because we know that when a member is not attending for 3 consecutive meetings, then they are actually given a warning that they will be excluded from council. We've not had that. So the members with 2 meetings, it might well be that it is in between those appointments from PRAs, but there's no one who has not attended meetings when they had to without an apology. So that, I hope, can answer the question. The CEO wants to add something as well, please.
I wanted to add on this. Good morning, Chairperson and the Honorable Committee, and our Deputy Minister and the delegation from the department. Part of that, Chair, is that, yes, you are quite correct when you say that they are coming from the PRAs, and the term of the council is not linked to the term of the PRA itself. But also, some of them, because they've joined late, so they were not allocated to the committees. Because some members, they are all council members, but they are also allocated committees. And these two particular members that have attended 2 meetings, it's because they were able to, under the financial year that we are reporting on, to attend just those 2 council meetings, and they are not part of the other committee meetings, which makes the number of other members of council to be different and be more in terms of attendance. I just wanted to add that, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. We will just continue, Chair, and where it is appropriate and necessary, I will call upon my colleagues. I'm going through the questions now. We had comments and questions from the Honorable Maumane. Some of her questions have been addressed in terms of the gender balance and the number of committee meetings. Now, she raised the issue of the salary freeze versus service delivery. I think we need to just elaborate on this, and the CEO will assist with this one. There is no salary freeze. All what we're saying is that as part of cost containment, what we do is entry salary notches are kept at a level that SARA can afford. And when those positions are advertised or filled, the entry salary, what we offer is this entry salary, not market kind of salaries. So there's no salary freeze we have. So this obviously is not have an impact on the service delivery. Some people opt not to take our offers because the salary is not what they expect, because the market is somewhere else. So I think that the CEO can help with this, but the one thing I must mention around another colleague, I have to somehow bundle the questions asked about procurement freeze. We also don't have a procurement freeze as such, but just as of last week, we received a notification from the department that because of the amalgamation, SARA is not allowed to make new appointments at all. So now that's a procurement freeze that is coming out of the information from the department, which means that until the amalgamation is done, it looks like we are not allowed to employ. CO, do you want to help us?
Yes. Thanks, Chair. The procurement freeze, Chair, that we're talking about, it's not even talking to the letter that we received from the department last week. We're talking about the procurement. There was a moratorium that was sent by National Treasury last year because there was a matter between the National Treasury and the Agribusiness, where now all entities throughout government, all departments, all entities were asked not to procure at that particular moment because National Treasury was dealing with that particular case. And that is why there was procurement freeze. And then subsequent to that, unfortunately, because we had project funds and projects that we needed to roll out, there was delay in rolling out those projects, and hence there was an underspend on our capital works projects. It is because of that moratorium that was sent out by National Treasury last year. With regards to the salaries, again, I think that one you've covered well, Chair, that because of our budget, our limited budget and inadequate budget that we always get from the department, but also the budget cuts that we've been experiencing since 2020, it has become very difficult for the entity to attract skills. We advertise, we re-advertise, and because also our salaries, they start at a minimum scale, then most people that advertise, and this would also tie in with why do we appoint late. It is because of such, Chair, that we advertise and we go all throughout the process of recruitment during now offering the appointment to a successful candidate, then they reject our offer. So those are the issues that we are dealing with, Chair. And we are hoping that with our strategy now of generating our own income, because that also came through. At the moment, the permit fees that we are collecting and the and rental revenue that we are generating is not adequate enough to assist us to come out of the woods. Yes, I'm talking about the permit fees. Yeah. So at the moment, and this is also the challenge that we are having, honorable members, that in as much as we would like to really, because the permit fees is one such area that could really generate income for SARA, but we are having challenges also in terms of staffing. We've got a newly established unit, development application unit, that just focuses on the on developing the applications for the permit fees. But because now we don't have adequate staff, and we can't employ more people so that we can make more money, then the applications, we are not developing them as fast as we would like so that we can generate more income. So I think I have covered. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The one question that came from the Honorable Momano was the issue of Pilgrim's Rest. Again, I do not think in this financial year there's been a program. One of the managers, you want to speak to it?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to come here? We can come here quickly. We don't have.
I hand over to one of our senior managers, Clinton Jackson.
Thank you very much to the honourable members. So to address the matter of Pilgrim's Rest, in response to the question, Pilgrim's Rest is a declared provincial heritage site, so actually doesn't fall within the remit of SARA. This site actually falls within the remit of the Mpumalanga Provincial Heritage Resources Authority, at which point they will be responsible for the monitoring and ensuring permitting and general activities occur on that particular site. So it doesn't fall within.
Can you explain also that where they don't have
my apologies, just to add as well, the Pilgrim's Rest site is classified as a landscape with a built environment character, which means that the Mpumalanga Provincial Heritage Resources Authority has delegated competency to actually handle that particular category of heritage resources. So as SARA, we don't have the legal authority to actually engage with matters such as permitting, etc., within that site. It's also important to note that where there are provincial heritage resources, provincial heritage sites in the country, and there is a desire to have those recognized at a national level, any person can actually submit a nomination to SARA to have a site recognized as a national heritage site. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Chair, we just proceed, and I have now questions from the Honorable Zondi. I think most that came from him was encouragement to us, and we appreciate that. He, however, raised the issue of with regard to the partnerships that SARA has, for example, with the SETAs, whether this are continuing. I mean, I can confirm that where there are opportunities for internships with SETAs and any other entity, these we will grab with both hands. I think that those are ongoing processes that will continue. I can also even add, you want to add? Okay, the CEO wants to add?
There are three, thank you, Chair. There are three SETAs that we are currently working with. It is MICT SETA, PASETA, and CAF SETA, Chair. So those are the ongoing, year in, year out, we are taking, we may have reported 6 this year, but in the past, we have had about 20 interns at once that we received from the SETAs, and we are hoping even now to take more. And there are even our own interns that we are appointing as SARA, we budget for them, but we are also getting interns now from the department, and their term is even longer than the term of the SETAs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CEO. So in terms of the question around public awareness, I can just confirm that through our programs, this is obviously an ongoing process, which, again, you forgot something?
Yes, I forgot something.
CEO wants to add?
Just to say, sorry, Chair, on the issue of the intake, just to alert the committee that for all the years where we have realized savings on our cost of employment, when the term of the internship comes to an end, we ensure that we give those interns a further 12-month contract from SARA now, from SARA's budget, that we keep them employed. And then we encourage them to apply for positions when we advertise them, because the level of training that we train them, it's so intense, Chair, that we train them to become employable, and also to see when we have opportunities with SARA. We've employed a number of them. They are now in permanent positions here in SARA. We don't even look or ask for experience, because we've trained them to be employable. So I just thought I must mention that. And those that we could not absorb them, Chair, because of budget constraints, they get employment elsewhere. We don't have an intern that came through SARA that is unemployed at this stage. We either keep them and continue extending the contracts until they get something permanent within SARA or elsewhere. Thank you, Chair. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you so much. And then we move now, Chair, to the questions from the Honorable Radebe. And again, from his inputs, we appreciate the encouragement that we received. And we did speak to the overall programs of SARA in terms of recognizing those personalities, figures, icons that represent our history and heritage in the country. The one I'd like to speak to is the issue of Parliament, which was raised by the Honorable Radebe, where he was referring to the fact that with Parliament having bent down, there's an opportunity to present a uniting kind of historic and heritage character of our country and history. I can just confirm that SARA was invited, because these are heritage buildings, to assist in the assessment, particularly of those that were affected by the fire, and in terms of assessing their heritage value and character and significance. And one of the senior managers, Ben Mwasinga, who is from our planning unit, I would like him to come forward just maybe to just give a sense of what SARA's role is. I do have to mention, however, that I think the process of defining how Parliament is going to be going forward would fall outside of SARA's mandate as such, but we will continue playing an integral part in the formulation of a new vision for Parliament from a heritage perspective, because this is a graded site, it's a national key point, and therefore falls within the ambit of SARA. Ben? Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. My name is Ben Mwasinga, and I'm the Senior Manager of the Heritage Conservation Management Division within SARA. So just to add to what the Chairperson said, we are actually happy to note, or maybe the honorable members are already aware, that the DBSA has been appointed as the principal agent to implement the restoration of Parliament. We've actually already began early engagements with them. And in fact, today there was a meeting between our Built Environment Unit and the DBSA at 90 Plain Street to initiate this process. As the Chairperson said, we're looking towards reimagining Parliament. When it was first designed and built, there was obviously no consultation with the larger population. But in this instance, the very first step that the DBSA is doing is wide consultation with multiple interested and affected parties. So those would be your conservation bodies, your local authority, SARA being a key role player, and of course, we're going to extend that to wider South Africans. What will ultimately be the final outcome or design, as the Chairperson said, will not be a decision of SARA, but it will be a consulted process that will also have the input of the Department of Public Works and by extension, the parliamentarians. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ben. Now, I must say that now not wearing a SARA hat, but as an architect in the profession, we were all excited and involved when Parliament was looking for possible consultants to assist with the process. I was fortunate enough to be part of the fire damage assessment team that did the assessment after the fire. I've been inside the building, and I do support the view that we have to review and reimagine what Parliament should be and what it can mean to us as a country. And I would hope that the process that Ben has outlined with the DBSA, hopefully those consultations will help us come closer to redefining what this Parliament should be and what it should mean to us. Now back on my SARA hat. I think that the issue of the preservation of our symbols is a very big debate that SARA cannot manage on its own. The issue of the statutes that are all over the place is also a matter of constitution, and the processes of dealing with those are also governed by the constitution. So I believe that from a SARA perspective, there needs to be a wider engagement. And if we want to preserve them in a manner that tells new generations of what happened, then there must be a process of doing this. Other countries have done this. I lived in Germany for a while, and I know that they've not demolished all the statues that represent the bad history of Germany. They are stored somehow, somewhere, and people can access them or can visit. So I think as a country, we also need to come closer to actually really dealing with this on a broader context, so that the history is not one-sided. The Honorable Dennis raised a number of questions, most of them complementary to the work that SARA is doing. I think the issue of the staff turnover relatively has been addressed. SARA has got, in the list that we presented, 84 at the moment, and we have not had a staff turnover which is more than 10% of that, which is encouraging. Yes, we do hold exit interviews. CEOs ensures that anybody who leaves, there will be exit interviews. You can talk to that if but I'm just going to talk about the highlights. And I think again on public engagement, which is one of SARA's big aspects, the issue of the Kramats and the communities in Constantia, Newlands. Now, obviously, SARA does not volunteer itself and say there's a community there we want to go and speak to. Issues come to us, and we engage with them as we should. So, CEO, I don't know if you want to speak to one issue of the exit interviews and perhaps how we engage with community, because we've engaged with statistics, we've engaged with BOCAP, we engage with many different, but based on applications, right? So,
thank you so much, Chair, again. And I thank you also, the Honorable Committee, for the questions that have been asked. They are seriously engaging. The exit interviews, we hold them all the time. In most cases, people are leaving SARA because they need they've been with the organization for a very long time. Lately, we have had relocations outside of the country. People leaving SARA to go to Ireland. We have two members of the team that left. One got a full scholarship to do a PhD in Scotland or Ireland. And then the other archaeologist also left for better opportunities in Ireland. But Chair, we are not going to paint a very good picture here. There are those also who are leaving the organization because they've done something and we were initiating a disciplinary process against them. Then they would leave the organization. And obviously, the things that they would say during the exit interview are not nice, because now we're trying to hold them accountable and they would feel like they've been victimized. So we always hold that balanced view that it's not all good, but others, it's because now we've taken action because they've done something and we try to hold them accountable. So those would be the cases. When we come to the other question, Chair, that was asked regarding public engagements, the Castle of Good Hope. The Castle of Good Hope, actually, we've got a very good relationship with them. And one of our staff members sits on the board of the Castle of Good Hope. There is also another initiative now. They formed a WhatsApp group, which I am on, about the event that they are planning in November of emancipation. So with the Castle of Good Hope, we've always had a very good relationship, even when we are holding our... even when we are holding our events, we always go to them and request a bigger venue if we do not have a venue that could accommodate everybody. But in terms of, I could also ask one of the colleagues, Ben, again, to come and dwell more. But whenever there is a nomination of a site to be graded, either graded or declared chair, we do an extensive community public engagement. And I remember at some point we had a difficulty to declare World Cup. And it took many years. And I think it was easier now when we were declaring District 6 because we've already had a hang of things from our experience when we were declaring World Cup. So all the communities affected and interested communities, we engaged them, we brought them under one roof. And again, thanks to our relationship with the Castle of Good Hope, because they've got bigger venues, and that's the venue that we use to bring everybody under one roof so that we move together and we have the consensus of everybody when that final submission is sent to Council for approval for the site to be declared.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO.
Do you want to add more? Okay. Ben will come in.
Ben Mwasinga will add a few items on this matter.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning once again. I think just in terms of the Honourable Joseph's questions around Goy and Son heritage, we are happy to report that this is an area which we are very much focused on, looking at excluded groups or minority groups in South Africa. As a result, we have nominated and are in the process of looking at the Griqua Monument in Rattlegat. We've recently graded the memorial and grave of Adam Kok. And of course, we are also looking at the Three Rivers Urban Park in terms of its heritage resources. And in terms of the Kramat, specifically the Tanabaru, that was in fact the first Kramat which we declared, but it was part of the Boer Cup declaration. But it is of the question of municipalities. We do try to work with municipalities as much as we can. But as again, there's the issue of delegation of authority. They have to get the authority from the provincial heritage authorities. So as it stands, I think only the city of Cape Town has received some level of competency to deal with heritage management. So we primarily deal with the provincial authorities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ben, for that additional detail. Honorable Chair, we're now moving to the Honorable Madlingozi. Thank you for the music, sir. We're happy to see you performing again. I think in terms of the encouragement we received, we appreciate it as well. The question you raised around composition of council, I think, has been addressed. And we hope that the department will be able to assist with that. The honourable member raised the issue of remains of our kings and how do we deal with our ancestral history and the body parts that were taken and what does SARA know what was taken away. Now, I'm happy to report here, Chair and committee members, that one of the partnerships that we've highlighted and that we've entered into a partnership with the Museums Lab. This is an international cooperation of museums across the continent with European museums. And one of the debates we've been able to benefit from is the international discourse around the repatriation of stolen artifacts. This is happening in the context of Museums Lab. And even before SARA was involved, I was fortunate to participate in the signing ceremony of the return of the Benin bronzes to Nigeria, because Museums Lab was driving this process and supporting German museums to actually repatriate stolen artifacts. So we're part of that discussion. And whilst we might not have answers for South Africa in terms of how to deal with the repatriation. The establishment of the repatriation and restitution unit, well, RRO, is going to actually help the debate within South Africa in terms of how do we deal with this. It's a recently established office, and we hope that it's early days, but I think its mandate is very clear to actually deal with these issues on a national scale, on a continental scale, on an international scale. So I'm happy to report that with SARA being part of that international dialogue and discourse, we're also going to benefit from the exposure and the exchange with other countries who are dealing with the same issues. So we may not have direct answers for the Honorable Member Mahlingozi, but I can assure you that SARA will get best practice from these experiences and obviously engage with issues that are raised for us to attend to in terms of those that ancestral history and the remains of our kings. CO, do you want to add to that?
I think we've covered everything.
Yeah. So on that basis,
I think we've covered very well.
yeah. Okay. My senior managers and executive are happy that we can we deal with this, but we are very open to inputs and contributions from the broader society, but particularly from the committee, if there are issues that we need to be dealing with. But just remembering, once again, this report is an annual report for this financial year, and obviously it is helping us to understand the broader interests of the committee in terms of what SARA should be dealing with, and that might help us just with our programs. But here we came to report on what we did in the previous in this financial year. So, Chair, with those words, I would say that the issue of burning buildings that you raised yourself, which are heritage assets, I think it was explained that most of these fall within the provincial heritage entity, but in broad terms, I now am going to say, as the chair of this council, I would hope the country invests more in heritage than it does, so that these heritage buildings, these heritage resources, the cries by our people for their heritage and dignity to be restored can be actually executed. We are happy to work with the budgets we have. We are trying to improve our income revenue so that we can do more. But if the country does not invest more in heritage and making sure that these assets and buildings are actually looked after, it's going to be very difficult to avoid the kinds of tragedies that we see, buildings being vandalized, being destroyed, and burning, even Parliament for that matter. So we need to recognize the value of heritage also in financial terms. So I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'm suspecting even answering of questions. Some of us, we are happy. They tried to answer each and every question with a detailed information. Let me give it to our department to say last contribution and words to their entity. As I'm not seeing a follow-up, hence DM.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I don't know. I see a hand.
Where?
Of Honorable Mteto.
Honorable Mteto, we took all the time. If you want to do a follow-up, you must be brief to the point. You must not forget that you are coming to another entity in order that I must allow you before the DM. I'm sorry, DM. Honorable Mteto.
No, thank you, Chair. I just want to question the issue of suppressing the debates. I want to say listening is a skill, Chair. Selective listening is diametrically opposite to the objectivity. In my question, I deliberately mentioned the response by DM in Parliament, and the operational word there was suggesting that it is because of ANC active community that prompts this consideration, which I received with a pinch of salt, but welcomed it because it gave
Honorable Mteto, I was also not understanding the suppression of the debate. What is that? Who is suppressing who? And then you must go on. I don't understand what you are saying. We lost him. Carry on, DM, but I'm still wondering his opening remarks. What is it, what he was saying? Maybe he will come back, and I would love that he must come back. Go on, DM.
Thank you very much, Chair. Nature has got its way of intervening when they don't understand what you are saying. Because I also didn't understand what Honorable Mteto was trying to say. But anyway, because I hear he keeps on quoting my name, of course. The point there was that in the debate, just for the benefit of SARA members that are here, was that we were responding to the question that says, you have to make a submission in order for some of the things that he wanted to know how the process goes. Because SARA and any other heritage institution is not going to just wake up and go and declare. There's a process that must be underlined. And therefore, and I keep saying, and I will repeat that, if therefore the people that submit applications and are active are the ones that then the outcome would show a certain group that is the one that is active in that. That's what it would happen. All communities have got a right to submit applications and be able to be part of the process. Anyway, thank you very much, Chair, for this debate. And I think for me, the SARA has just been very detailed in terms of responding to the questions that have been raised by the honorable members. It's for the first time that, Chair, that you are allowing an entity to actually sit and respond for so long. So it just shows that you also saw the importance of why these questions must be responded to. Thank you so much. Just one question that was raised by Honorable Joseph. I think it was about the correspondence from WADA, if it could be shared by the members, shared with the members by the department. The answer, Chair, is a resounding yes. We will share that response from WADA with the portfolio committee. And of course, we note as the department the issue of the composition of the council, which members have raised it sharply, that more men and less women in that. And of course, Chair Mphahlwa is correct that they don't appoint themselves. The department is the one appointed them. So we note that. And I just wanted to also just, Chair, remind the portfolio committee that the issue of amalgamation is full in force right now. A service provider has been appointed to now start looking at the issues of amalgamation. And I know some of the questions that were raised to SARA are questions that they are going to be having difficulties in responding to, because amalgamation process is going to be a hindering process for them. And just to say, Chair, SARA in the process will be amalgamated with NHC, the National Heritage Council. So now the issues of new posts and all that is going to be something that will be dealt with, because it defeats the process if then they are going to have to employ and yet amalgamation is kickstarting on the other side. But generally, Chair, we are quite happy, and thank you so much to honorable members. We note some of the contributing and comments that helps us as the department to actually improve and make sure that the entities are doing what they are required to do by law. Siyabonga Sihlalo.
DM, I'm suspecting that you were doing the closing remarks on behalf of the department. And yes, the only thing that I can say is that really, DM, even yesterday, our meeting, we started at 9 until 3:15 without even have a break. I'm suspecting that all of us, when these entities coming to present, we're jealous of rushing and pressurizing them, especially that they've put their presentation in time, and when they are coming here, sometimes honorable members, they will want that they must not do justice. I'm suspecting even yesterday, everybody was happy that they must all take their time. But the only thing that I can say to our department, this response of buildings that are looked upon by the provincial government. One other day, you must tell us what is the role of you as a department if these the buildings are belonging not to SARA and maybe not today, but we are looking forward for the amalgamation. I'm suspecting on the day, which is maybe 20th, when we are coming with the white paper, maybe you must give us the report of further issues that, like your NHC is going to merge with SARA. Will be happy, DM. In that note, can I thank you, DM, with your encourage, and can I thank you, Mr. Mpahla, with all who are with you. Now we can release you as SARA, not the department. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the committee and thank you to the department. Bye.
Ndiyibonile lokuhlala ndawonye uba hayi akho nto ingenye.
Inkosi, Chair.
Ndikho ndinayo nejealousy. This is known by you guys. Okay, thank you so much. You are released.
Thank
you. Thank you, honorable members. Now we are giving each department to do an overview on the South African language, Pan South African language. First and foremost, let me check with you, Zoleka or Jabu, I'm suspecting this Jabu, that are all in here. Let me check, because when we started, they were struggling not to come log in. Can the leader of themselves talk to us, telling us who is here, who's not here, and then the leader must present. Who's leading, Pencillor?
Sorry.
Chairperson, it's the chairperson, Professor Mashudu Badenhorst.
Okay. They must introduce themselves, acting DG. If you remember, we were struggling to get hold of any one of themselves, maybe the problem of network, but we cannot just start as if all is well. Can they introduce themselves?
Good day or good morning? Thank you so much, Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee, the Principals, Deputy Minister, Department, and the fellow board members. My name is Loli Makubu Badenhorst. I'm the Chairperson of the board, and attending here with me is the Deputy Chairperson, Sipati Dichabe, and the fellow board members that are here. There's 5, 6 or 7 of them. Let me not, in the interest of time, mention them by name, but probably later on, then we will. And also included is the CEO and the CFO, and the person who will be leading us or who will do the presentation and in our presence is the CEO of the Pan South African Language Board, Mr. Lance Schultz. With the opposition chair, I would like to give him the platform.
Let me take this opportunity to welcome you, Professor, with all your delegation which is with us. Can we be taken to, at least you were saying that there's no Mzwe Nsizwa here with you, but we were not yet sure, as we're not sure about these other 6, how the agenda is. Maybe if you can want them to introduce themselves.
Oh, no, Chair, that is fine. I can say the agenda is balanced, and I'm pleased as the chairperson that we are balanced.
Tell them who are here.
Okay. There is the deputy chairperson who is Sipati Dichabe. There is Dr. Hassana Nomakosana Hassana. There is Mr. Manfred Molibalwa. There is Miss Kensani Bilankulu. There is Mr. Edward Mudau. And there is Miss Prita Tabitin. There is Mrs. Radha. There is Meza Portia Chilwane. And I think I've covered all. And also we do have our board secretary who is present here, and she is Advocate Karabo Sibanyoni. And of course, I've already mentioned the name of the CEO, Mr. Lance Schultz, Chair. I hope you are happy that.
Yes, we are happy. Yes, siyabonga nawe department. Can the CEO give us the presentation?
Sorry, Chair, can we start with the overview with your permission?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Thank you, my acting DG. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Chairperson of PENSAL and the board that has now joined us. I am going to try and not take too much of your time. It's getting a little bit noisy where I am, but I'm hoping I'm still audible. Chairperson, the presentation covers the very same areas that we were covering in the previous presentation. So allow me not to read through the presentation outline. Suffice to say, we are basically going to cover all the areas. Just to emphasize once again, the Pan South African Language Board was established, and it's in terms of Section 6, subsection 5, A and B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The mandate of the Pan South African Language Board is to promote and create conditions for the development and use of all official languages, the Khoi, Nama, and San languages, and the sign language. Secondly, it is to promote and ensure respect for all languages commonly used by communities in South Africa, including all those as indicated in the slide. Allow me not then to read through that whole list, just to emphasize towards the end of that this also includes other languages that are used for religious purposes in South Africa. If we then move on, Chair, and show the non-financial information reflecting the performance of the entity in as far as their target or set targets, you will see that over the years, the achievement rests at 59, 77. The year under review is 64%. That's the performance against their targets. And they will then go into detail, Chair, which translates to 36% non-achieved targets against their annual performance plan. If we then move on and look at the financial information, Chair, I think here I would want to just apologize in terms of the inconsistency of that particular slide, Chairperson, which doesn't reflect the amount of allocation for the year under review. And if yourself and the members would accept that I indicate that for this financial year, for PENSALP, the financial year under review, 2022-2023, the allocation was 123.1 million. The full figure being 123,124,000. And we do apologize for that inconsistency in terms of this particular slide. Moving on, Chairperson, and looking at the next slide, Ludwig, the audit outcomes, we would want to just indicate that as per the report that you got from the AG yesterday, the PENSALP is one of those entities that have regressed. Comparatively speaking, if you look at the audit outcome in the 2021-22 financial year, which was unqualified with no findings, therefore which was clean, for the 22-23 financial year, the outcome has been unqualified but with findings. The instances that we have been reported on is that the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and supported by full and proper record as required by the specified section in the PFMA. And that management did not perform adequate review processes to ensure preparation of regular, accurate, and complete financial statements that are supported and evidenced by reliable information. That is as per the AG report, Chairperson. If we then move on and speak to governance matters, can you move to the next slide, please, Ludwig? We give indication, as you said earlier on, Chair, when it comes to gender representation, the entity is very well represented. If we also look at the next slide, you'll see the complete picture. And also there is racial distribution that is mainly stronger on the side of African representation. But in terms of gender, it is stronger. The entity board is stronger in terms of female representation. If we then move on outside of the composition of the board, we do need to indicate, as per the letter that the portfolio committee has received, that the current board term of office ends on the 5th of March 2024, that the process of appointing a new board needs to commence, Chairperson. A ministerial letter has been sent to yourselves and requesting that the portfolio committee nominates persons to form part of the ad hoc committee, which should be responsible for calling for public nominations. The Speaker has also been informed through a ministerial letter of the process to appoint the new board chair. It's important that we ensure that the process commences in time so that there is no gap in terms of governance responsibilities. If we move to the oversight activities, as we had reported with the previous entity, the members can look at the number of meetings, particularly focusing on the financial year under review, and they would then be addressing questions if necessary on this, but the information pertaining to a number of board meetings, board committees, attendance, audit committee have been indicated, as it were. If we move on with and also the number of management meetings and staff meetings, let's move past this, Lodwick. In as far as governance engagements, as we reported, the clustering of entities, and also we've reported in terms, this is part of the oversight, but also making sure that cross-cutting matters are addressed while we do deal with individual matters through the oversight unit. If we then move on through you, Chairperson, we highlight the composition of the executive, and again, we do see the representation in terms of gender and the representation in terms of racial representation. And you will note again the balance there in as far as gender representation is concerned. Perhaps the committee can talk to that. We see also the staff composition, total staff complement of 54, and there is a breakdown that has been provided, and I won't read through the columns. The information is self-explanatory, Chair. Please move on. Staff composition has spoken to those particular issues. Apologies, staff complement of 80, Chair, my mistake there. Can we move on, please? Okay, I've noted that we have not necessarily included challenges in this overview, Chairperson. However, when the entity does the presentation, they would also be talking to issues with regard to the implications of the 12th language that has been made one of the 12 official languages in the country, and also we would also address other matters as and when the members ask questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. Okay, now I give it back to the leadership of PenSlab that they must talk to their presentation. They must talk to their presentation. Thank you.
Okay. See, Mr. CEO, Lance Schultz, over to you, sir. Thanks.
All right. Good afternoon to you, Chairperson. If I can just confirm if I'm audible before I commence.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. And if I can just do a quick greetings to yourself, Chairperson, the Deputy Minister, the members of the Portfolio Committee, the members of the Department, Sports, Arts and Culture, the PenSal Board and the executive members. Once again, a good afternoon to you. Chair, I wonder, with permission, if I could ask if I could eliminate the camera. It will help in terms of sound as well as connectivity, because I've got load shedding starting at my place of abode, if that's okay with you.
I'll allow to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back on later as I get to the conclusion of the presentation. Chair and members, thanks. The presentation that had been submitted is a fairly lengthy presentation, and in the interest of time, I've abridged the presentation, and that is the one that I will be talking to, but it does cover all of the most important and salient aspects. I had also been pleased that a number of the areas, particularly with regard to our vision and strategic intent, has been covered earlier on, so I will just skip through that as well. If I can go to the next slide, please, Advocate. These are the 8 areas that I felt is important to appraise the committee with, Chair. Again, just some of the general information has been presented, and I will just go on to matters of emphasis that has not been touched on. The impact statements, the constitutional statements, and then I will go into detail in terms of the achievement over the period. Advocate, if I can just ask you to pause on this slide, and then I'll indicate when you can scroll to the next within the sequence. The various impact statements talks directly to the priority 6 of the social cohesion in respect of language and ensuring that we foster multilingualism that underpins all of these areas. The first had been mentioned earlier on, and I will talk a little bit more detail in respect of South African Sign Language, which, as we are aware, had been promulgated. There has been work on the ground, and we'll talk to progress in that regard. The second impact statement had been spoken to earlier on as well in respect of language development, particularly with marginalized language, with emphasis also on a number of our historically indigenous languages. The third area talks to linguistic human rights, and there was a report that had been tabled and submitted as requested by Parliament in respect of the language human rights violations over the period in review, and we can talk to specifics in that regard as well. The fourth impact statement speaks to the effective and efficient administration to ensure that we comply with the various legislative prescripts. Thanks. You can go to the next slide. This had been spoken to earlier on as well, and when I talk to achievement, I will drill down into the aspects of the Use of Languages Act and challenges that we are experiencing and the impact that it has had, in fact, on our performance in the organization as well. You can go to the next slide and immediately into the next one. Chair and members, I've just taken out excerpts of the CEO's overview that has been presented in the annual report. I trust the members had an opportunity to peruse through it, but these are typically the areas of focus. The one of attention that I wish to draw you is the fourth slide, that the organization has been undergoing a turnaround strategy. The implementation is presenting a number of green shoots, and I will talk to some of those as well. And I think we're well on our way in terms of getting towards the maturity curve with the turnaround, and it's now going to be important that we start stabilizing and embedding this as part of the organizational culture. Slide number, the next slide, please. In respect of this, Chair and members, one of the key areas, particularly with the linguistic human rights violations that's coming through, is where societal stakeholders as well as individuals are becoming much more in tune with their linguistic rights and are seeking that we provide the necessary protection that the Constitution as well as the Bill of Rights affords to them. And I think there is good strides being made also in terms of our compacting with national, provincial departments and other stakeholders to ensure that this is in fact upheld. The third bullet talks to the collaboration, and I think this has been important as well for us to ensure that we work with some of the other key stakeholders. PANSALB also through the use of the structures to ensure that they become enablers with the work that we are doing with the language work that is so important that we're delivering on. And the last point there is really just talking to and underpinning the success that these goals are doing, and that we create an environment where Indigenous languages can thrive, not only within their respective communities, but that they have pride and place in broader platforms within South African society, and that there's parity of esteem and that's been given and drives the focus so that they can use their language in terms of their multilingual agenda. Can go to the next slide. I will go also into a little bit more detail with it. The second slide, if I can go, the second bullet. So the institution has been focused on, in terms of South African Sign Language. Chair and members, we have formulated the South African Sign Language Charter. The charter is underpinned by various pledges, and those pledges are intended to provide a roadmap to ensure that all of the aspects that needs to be done in terms of upholding the bill and ensuring that the departments are capacitated, that they've got the necessary services, that the quality assurance is brought in, and the standardization, that all of those aspects are actually brought together. There has been a team, and the Department with Women and Persons with Disabilities, as well as the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and a few other departments are currently hard at work seized with ensuring that, and let me also mention the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, to ensure that firstly that there is a state of readiness, that we understand the implication of the policy environment, ensuring that timing is put in place and that the relevant services are put in place through our public as well as private institutions, I might add. A multilingual dictionary for the Nguni language. You might have heard of this, of our last remaining fluent speaker, and we are in the process of concluding on the first iteration of that dictionary also, which will be a talking dictionary, and that is due for launch in the coming weeks. You can go to the next slide. Non-compliance with our linguistic legislative frameworks has got significant consequence for us, and you would have heard that from the performance that had been cited earlier on, which would be seen to be a regression. I'm going to talk to the numbers in a sec, Chair and members, but the Use of Languages Act, and specifically I must draw your attention to Section 9, subsection 2, compels on PANSALB to ensure that we monitor and we provide oversight also to the activities of the language units, specifically the national departments, that there's effective implementation of their language policies, and also for us to ensure that any complaints that are received, and we would provide support into that as well, that it is effectively managed and handled. And what we had found is part of our targets, and in terms of the YOLA regulation, requires of these departments to submit their reports in terms of these policy prescripts on an annual basis. The specific section in YOLA is 8 subsection 1, and I'm sure the head of languages can help me if I've quoted the wrong section there. And unfortunately, it has been a significant and an existential challenge to us to achieving our targets, because we're reliant on the departments to provide that to us, and it impacts our ability also to provide the necessary oversight. I will talk to how we are going to address that shortly. We believe also communication in terms of our practices needs to be improved, and we're constantly vigilant of this. We are aware also that the organization might not necessarily be known to a number of citizens and role players, and this is where our active citizenry come into, that we have embarked on campaigns, and we can only get scalability within the limitations of our fundings. So this is a work in progress with PANSALB, and part of it had been developing a stakeholder engagement strategy and plan that we monitor and report into our board as well. You can go to the next slide. Importantly, just to note, I want to conclude now in terms of what was presented in my overview as well, that we continuously utilize the expertise and also to leverage off our social partners in achieving our goals. Our funding has been somewhat of a constraint. We cannot achieve our ideal capacity plan. We have had an organizational design exercise done, and we found that the organization is actually just northwards of 50, in fact 51%, which is half undercapacitated in order for us to deliver on our overall mandate. And we have had to be creative and also try and leverage off social partners to assist in the work that we need to do and ensure that we can fulfill our constitutional mandate by effectively using our structures through the national language bodies, the lexicographical units, as well as our provincial language committees. You can go to the next slide. The institution, and I think I have spoken already around some of these challenges. I would like to get into the gist of the presentation. You can go to the next slide and skip in, yes, onto slide 14. During the financial year 22-23, we had 25 targets, and of which 16 or 64% were achieved, and 9 or 36% in the nominal value of the targets were not achieved. We are having 2 specific thematic program areas. The first being admin and institutional support. 86% was achieved. The second being language development. 18 targets where 56% was achieved. And I did describe earlier on, and I paused purposefully to give some background as to non-achievement. Chair and members, the non-achievement in language is primarily due to the non-submission of those reports that we requested. I'd like to just go through graphical depictions of that results. So in terms of the annual performance, 64% achieved, 36% not achieved. You can go to the next slide. In terms of program 1, 86% and 14% as had actually been indicated earlier on. You can go to the next one. The achievement for program 1, and I think this also really talks to both programs. Apologies for the header. As had also been indicated by the department, we received an unqualified audit opinion for 22-23. The regression has largely been due to an externality where we were dependent on the audited financial statements being provided from, and the exact number, and the CFO can assist. These 2 structure members or bodies had not submitted their reports in time. The AG could not perform the necessary testing, etc. And as a result, PanSALB had to unfortunately take that as part of its result with 2 of these structures. We have put in place remedial measures to ensure that these audited reports do come through at the necessary time, and also that it has gone through the necessary testing to ensure that it complies with the relevant standards that the AG requires, as well as what Treasury is requiring in terms of the timeliness, as well as accurate and reliable submission of these reports. And unfortunately, this is what primarily the regression in the result had pointed to. In terms of spending on procurement for SMMEs, 84%, 13% vacancy rate was achieved against a target of 20%. The vacancies is against a background of trying to attract talent, but having very, very limited scales in which salaries can be afforded. So the attraction of quality staff remains a viable threat, because we find that these type of scarce and critical skills simply go to the private sector or go to other institutions that actually does provide competitive salaries to them. We have to use the frameworks as provided through DPSA. In terms of training, 53 against a target of 54 employees in line with the training plan, which was exceeded, and the marketing and communication stakeholder engagement strategy has in effect been implemented and is continuously being monitored against our annual performance plan targets. You can go to the next slide. You can go to the next one. I'd spoken to that earlier on. The achievements for program 2, which is languages. Internal language policy has been implemented and adhered to, and it is subject to review. We try and conduct a review every alternate year. 100% of terminology lists had been received and authenticated. Research reports through Ngqu, Kwedam, and Tuntali has been completed. We are studying those research reports so that those reports, chair members, doesn't just serve in a cabinet, that we can actually implement a number of those recommendations. And we are busy working on implementing a lot of that to ensure the continued survival and preservation of these languages. And we're also working with the Department of Basic Education in terms of curriculum programs that these languages can actually find its way through mother tongue-based instruction in our schools. 12 community language schools supported also through the provision of language-related materials. We would love to get scale in terms of these materials. A lament is the fact that our limited budget, and we are going to be looking at trying to source alternate forms of revenue so that we can increase the materials, not only in the written format, but also in the digital format. 4 human language technology software is being developed from DSEC, as well as TswaneLex, which have been installed and used. 1 conference to share research findings. Important for us to also utilize that research in terms of crafting new strategy and areas of focus for the organization. Reporting on SA Sign Language, lexical standardization and grammar rules were conducted, and this will continue in terms of ensuring that we have harmonization as well as standardization efforts with South African Sign Language. 54 provincial departments submitted their compliance reports. 75%, or the 39 as the nominal value, district and metropolitan municipalities submitted reports. 12 against a target of 9 provincial school governing body structures were trained in language and education prescripts, and linguistic human rights report was published, and there were 12 reports that was investigated and concluded on. Can go to the next slide. This just shows the year-on-year regression in terms of the overall achievement, 76% to 64%, and I have indicated the preponderance of that with regard to the non-submission of the language reports. The next slide, please. Here we go into a bit of detail, talking to both the program thematic areas for the decline, an ICT master plan being approved. However, challenges were in terms of sourcing and getting an appropriate service provider. ICT chair and members have always presented a challenge to us, because you always try and compare apples with apples in terms of what exact requirements you have for the organization, and ensuring that the service provider can actually match that requirements. We found that despite issues or rather evaluating what service providers had submitted, we couldn't achieve it because of the nuanced nature. And this indicator has, however, been achieved in the Q1 23-24. We also conducted a review of amendments of the PANSALB and the EOLA Act. This was primarily due to us finding that we lacked the enforcement and compliance capabilities, but also due to the fact that these pieces of legislation was last looked at other side of 20 years ago, and this has been submitted, and we expect it to eventually move from the department into Parliament in terms of that review. We believe this will also go a long way to ensure that we have better levels of compliance in terms of the monitoring and evaluation that we are doing with these reports. Number of printed and recorded lexicographical material. There was unfortunately late finalization of the isiZulu dictionary, and that had impacted on that non-achievement. It has, however, been met in the 23-24 financial year. Number of research findings. The incremental introduction of African language research couldn't commence, and that was largely due to us having to reprioritize budgets that was available at the time, given the constraints and the focus areas that we had to commit to. Number of language advice also. This was, however, achieved in the next quarter.
Recording
you can go
stopped.
to the next slide.
Recording in progress.
Sorry, Chairperson.
It's from me. I don't know what is recording. Okay, go on.
Thank you.
Yes.
Percentage of national departments submitting the reports, a great lament for us. Reason due to the late appointment of a service provider that we are now going to do, who will be responsible for ensuring that we get the necessary level of national compliance. The specific intervention that we are doing here is, to date, 33% national departments have submitted their reports, and obviously by simple extrapolation, 67% have not. We are going to the extent of subpoenaing for these reports. What we've also done, Chair, in terms of ensuring that we work with these departments, we've met with a number of the DGs We've also communicated this through FOSAD. We've communicated through the MINMEC platforms to ensure that we can get an increased level of support in terms of this, but we are going the route now of subpoenaing to ensure that we can actually get this information. Number of language policy practice public hearings. It is also, there's a interrelationship between us having the public hearing workshops and the submission of the reports, because we can only use the reports to inform the agenda of these workshops. So unfortunately that had been delayed and also causing underperformance and the percentage of linguistic human rights violations. This is a demand-driven target, and depends on actually receiving the cases and resolving on it within a period. We have had to review this target also to become more smart, and that will allow us to ensure that we can actually report in a much more systemic manner. The next slide, please. I'm almost getting to the conclusion, Chair and members. So language development and use. This slide here really just talks to the areas of focus that we are giving. The South African Sign Language, the Khoi and San languages. A lot of work is being done in this regard in terms of terminology lists, dictionary development, setting orthography rules, and the team has also crafted this as part of our APP. You can go to the next slide. Again, in terms of language development and use, we have initiated the establishment of a Khoi and San community language schools. Actually, this is plural, or should be read in the plural, as part of a pilot project. There has been good success with this, and we're trying to increase this as well, as we have had requests from the community to actually increase this to a number of other schools as well. There's been a lot of success, particularly with pilot projects with Kwedam and Kuntali in the Northern Cape, and a lot of the NAMA school development work also taking place in the Eastern Cape is being replicated into other provinces. And then the last bullet there, PanSALB has conducted, excuse me, train the trainer sessions in teaching and learning of these languages, so that we can also make sure that they are properly trained as educators, and ensure then that the support material is provided in the form of dictionaries, posters, etc. You can go to the next slide. Go back one slide. Just to wrap up, so during the period, we have conducted a review of the legislation, and we've been encouraged by this being fast-tracked and expedited through Parliament. We believe this will go a long way to strengthen the work that we are doing in terms of our enforcement and oversight. Internal consultation was initiated with 33 PanSALB structures as well, to ensure that governance, and we optimize the work that's coming through from these units. Those inputs was then placed into a legislative matrix and included as part of the chairperson's forum, so that that can form the basis of work going forward. You can go to slide 28, please. Speaking to governance, PanSALB has ensured that it embeds the enabling legislation through the PFMA Companies Act, along with the other pieces of enabling legislation. And apologies, that should be the King 4 report, which we've also included as part of our governance roadmap. And I'm not going to labor on this, Chair. I think this is just providing the committee with the assurance in terms of ensuring that we conduct ourselves within the necessary governance prescripts as required. You can go to the next slide. The board, and this is just to give an indication again in terms of the board requirements, and ensuring that all of these are effectively and efficiently met as part of the fiduciary role and oversight responsibility. The next slide, please. In terms of appointments and terminations, the HR division recorded satisfactory targets. The vacancy rate, I have spoken to this earlier on, was at 13% against the target of 20% or below. We are trying to ensure that we retain but also attract good talent into the organization, and that will stabilize in the coming periods. New appointments, there's a range of new appointments that was undertaken during the period in review, and you can see there was quite a few positions that had to be filled over that period. Next slide, please. employment and vacancies across the various categories, stratified with senior management, 19 in terms of number of employees, so no vacancies at the SMS level, highly skilled. There's 8 vacancies, and we believe that will actually be filled. I think we are currently in the process of concluding on these. Highly skilled is 1 vacancy, skilled 2, and unskilled 0. And again, talking to the overall vacancy rate. Thank you. Next slide. All right. In terms of this SMS level, 0 terminations, highly skilled. There were 2 7 appointments that was done over the same period. And the only change is with highly skilled 1 termination, and the rest remained static throughout the period. The next slide, please. In terms of the AG opinion, I think we had spoken about this before. And I must state also that there were specific areas that the AG have requested that we pay attention to in the coming period, to ensure that areas where they felt there could have been material misstatements and non-compliance, that we actually ensure that we've got the necessary combined assurance. And secondly, also that we address some of the issues that have been addressed to them. I want to inform the chair and the committee that we are well seized with it. We've put in place a number of measures to ensure that we remedy some of the areas that had been identified during the audit period. The next slide, please. In terms of procurement and contract management, this is again to ensure that we strengthen and tighten our internal controls. They were noted and corrected during the audit. A new SCM policy was actually developed in the period in review to address those areas of concern. That included also contract management checklists to monitor our supplier performance. In terms of consequence management, most of the transactions, probably in the area of 90% plus, were from prior year issues. And we are well intent on ensuring that there's no reoccurrence of this going forward. Various determination tests had to be concluded. And then also a request for condonation for prior year irregular expenditure has been sought, and we await approval of that. The next slide, please. In terms of expenditure management, no material findings, and just for us to continue monitor internal controls. Asset management, no material findings, and we continue just to ensure that we monitor our assets and that it is appropriately accounted for in our financials. Chairperson and members, if I am correct, I should now be on the last slide. The next slide, please. Sorry, the next slide. 37. Yes, thank you. Sorry, this is the penultimate slide. In terms of transfer of funds, no material findings raised on this. We were requested to ensure that we continue with internal controls of our funds to the national lexicographical units, that we monitor it, because one of the areas that was found also in terms of a material misstatement is the use of those fundings. The monies that get channeled, we have got processes now to ensure that these are properly audited, and also that a workshop had been done to ensure that the funds are then correctly treated and dispersed once it is allocated to these NLUs. We are dependent on these structures to ensure that they abide also by the prescripts that has been requested by the AG. In terms of strategic planning and performance, internal control deficiencies were noted, and we are well intent on ensuring that there's no repetition of those matters, and we continue to monitor that internally through our management as well as through the finance division, that similar findings of that nature does not occur, and that there's efficient and effective controls put in place, so that our intention is that we achieve a clean audit opinion going forward. Thank you. The next slide, and I think that concludes on my presentation. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
Thank you so much with this presentation. Can I take this opportunity to give honorable members to interact with the presentation. Honorable Zondi, Honorable Mthethwa, Honorable Dennis, Honorable Malumane, Honorable Mhlongo, in that order. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Wesihlalo ngiyaxolisa.
Kwenzeke?
Ngiyazi into yaPakistan ukuthi ingene kanjani kuPalestine, the Gaza Strip.
We have corrected that. Even myself, I don't know why I was not immediately remembering that.
Niyaphuma nje olimini
vele
nama ngazi
yaphuma.
ukuthi uPakistan ingene kanjani. Thank you, DM, for the
I'm a
correction.
Pakistan. Apology
Chair.
accepted with the members. Okay.
Yes, and thank you, good DM, the correction. Quickly, Chair, a few issues to raise. Staff compliments of this entity, Chair. I've noticed 54 female, 26 males. Ngelinye ilanga honorable bayobane yabo nawo umbhekisho ukuthi nathi siyafisa ukuthi ikhuphuke i-percentage yabantu yamadoda. But we appreciate that, and the financial stability of the entity is reflected, Chair, and we commend the entity for that. But Chair, there are a few issues that we would like to raise quickly. The unfilled critical post, Chair, were identified in the report. We wish to know what impact.
Ushonephi manje? Honorable Zondi.
In the department and entities.
Hey, ulahlekile Mhlekazi.
I don't know. Why now?
Khawuphinde. Awuqalele uyazwakala manje.
Azi ke phela sithi iloba yikho.
Loyi.
Iloshed ngayekho. Mhlongo hlala.
Mhlongo yakusebenza.
No.
Sikhome Natal sonke ngeke ngokusebenza ba.
Hey, into ngicela ukusebenzisa lele into yamaZulu nale.
Yacaca.
Hayi, anikameni anikahleli.
DM uzaslam. Chair, I don't know where I disappeared, but I firstly raised the issue of the unfilled critical post that were identified in the report, and we welcome the report. Chair, firstly, I would like to reflect on that. But the question on the unfilled critical post was that what impact does this have on the organization? And what are the plans that are existing to fill these vacancies that are critical, given the recent circular by the Treasury regarding this, the filling of posts in the department and entities? The second one, Chair, the entity wants to appoint a service provider to report on government, department, and entities' compliance to language policies. Why does the entity require the services of an external service provider for this function, considering that the entity does not have sufficient funds? From where will the entity intend to source the funding for this function? And the issue of the I think is the second from last. Chair, seemingly senior officials benefited from the incentives more than junior staff, Chair. Why is this the case? What effect does this have on the morale of the subordinates? Similarly, training opportunities, Chair, in the report benefit the upper level employees more than the lower level. Why is that? And what are the implications regarding the growth
in the organization. The last one, Chair. The AG reported a regression on the quality of submitted financial statement as material misstatements were noted, which were subsequently corrected by the management. I want to know, Chair, what plans the entity have in place to avoid such behavior in the near and far future? Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Mhlonishwa. The next honorable member is Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to everyone. I wish to state that we welcome the report, but I want just to comment on the issue that I think it seems to be consistent in most of these interventions that we are trying to do. You will note that there's this consistent disparities and subtle resistance from the broad participation intended with these interventions. The picture that is painted is that of the white society that seems to be against or resistant to social cohesion and integration. Whether it is in sports, national events, participation in national campaigns against social ills, racism, and against discrimination. And in particular, when it comes to languages, there is a very, I don't know whether to call it a deliberate, language preference that suggests that out of all the languages, African languages, you would note that Zulu is on top. Now the issue of equality on that one. And where Black children learn in the languages that are foreign to them and compelled to pass such, whilst their counterparts are not equally subjected to such conditions. What is the observation of Pensal in terms of this non-willingness to participate in the nation building of white people, non-willingness to participate in the nation building programs, and in general, accept whether the role is to manage, coordinate, or come as an NGO? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you for the presentations from the department and from the entity. First of all, Chairperson, I want to just make a comment on the constitutional mandate which the department referred to, and as well as the PANSOP as referred to in terms of the social promotion of social cohesion. I think, Chairperson, just a comment, I think language is still maybe one of the biggest barriers that we experience in promoting social cohesion. And I've read that slide that the department put up on the constitutional mandate. So, and I think we have it as a guide, and it's a very strong foundation in terms of our constitution. The question we must ask ourselves: are we doing enough? Then, Chairperson, I would just also want to comment on one of the slides. I think slide 15. There was reference made to the appointment or disabled staff in government. And I think there's also one area where we are perhaps all across the board of our work in government too quiet on highlighting the plight of the disabled people in our society, whether it's in sports, arts, culture, or in general. The question I want to ask, Chairperson, is on the audit outcome. I'm not sure if there is a lack or shortage of financial expertise, given the fact that AG report noted that the audited statements were not prepared properly, the financial audited statements. So just would like to have the comment of the entity on that. And then, Chairperson, the indigenous languages that was referred to, the promotion thereof, if we can get in writing, maybe just an examples of the provinces or the communities where these projects in the type of languages where it takes place. And then I would also picked up, reference was made to Section 9, subsection 2 on oversight that PenSALB has over language or over the policy. So my question is, the education department in particular, which a lot was said about, and the partnerships there, do they see the policies of the education department or other departments where they have to monitor policy? Is there policy documents in place? So maybe they can help us, to understand what education must do, because that is probably the most important foundation of the social cohesion and of our country's quality, preparing us for the future, which lies in education. But language is the issue that it starts with in many schools. If the child cannot teach or learn, or be taught in his own language, it is automatically a barrier for the future and a disadvantage to the children in that communities where they come from. Chairperson, and in closing, I just want to ask on the annual performance slide that we have not achieved. What was just the 2 or 3 main areas where the entity has not achieved, and what they think, what they can do about that? I've heard about the internal controls, and I'm matching the 2, Chairperson, because I think across the board also the financial status of this government, entities, departments, seems to be the lack of internal controls or control deficiencies as listed here, which was corrected in terms of the presentation, which we're happy to hear. But what does that refer to? What was corrected? So that we can, as a committee, also learn something when we engage with other entities or the department, because that seems to me is one of the cornerstones of our weakness in entities in government, is on the financial side, in particular internal controls. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I think the entity is giving us signs of hope that they are making all the right moves to improve the work that they do for government. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me also welcome the presentations. Chair, my first question, it will be on slide 21, where it speaks about the reasons for the decline in performance, where it stated that the planned target for lexicographic materials will be achieved in the current 2023-2024. I just wanted to request whether is it possible for PenSLAP to maybe indicate on which quarter is the target being moved to, so that we can correctly follow it, that is happening in this financial year. The other area that I'm interested on, Chair, is the issue of language of learning and teaching. I just want to check on the issues, because usually on our schools nowadays, and you can see that our own home languages, Siswati, isiZulu, is nearly going down, because at schools they are usually using English as a language of teaching. I just want to find out what is PenSLAP doing in the issue of promoting other languages that at school it can be taught. Sifunze ngeSiswati, ngifunze iMaths ngeSiswati, ngifunze other language, other things ngeSiswati, and also in tertiary levels, because in other people it becomes a barrier, so that maybe all of us we need to speak English so that we can understand what is teaching all about. The other matter is that now the bill we have passed the issue of sign language. As we have passed this bill on the issue of sign language, what is it that they're doing in intervention with the Department of Education, so that at school, the issues of the teaching of sign language is there in the issue of material, the interpreters and other things, that it can be assisted so that we can also promote this as we have passed it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malomona. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to everybody. But nonetheless, Chair, I wanted to welcome the presentation, but the first question is, do you have any parameter or a scale to check out of all surviving language in South Africa, which one comes first? Is there any research that has been done? Because the survival of African language is vital. And what are we doing since we are now going to digital era? Now the language, it's so of importance because it's unique. Ngakhuluma isiZulu namanje ngitshengisa ukuthi ukuqoka kwesiZulu ku-important kanjani ngoba ngiyazichenya ngaso isiZulu. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi kuzoyenzakalani ngoba isiZulu manje i-department ifailile ukuyenza ukuthi not i-department i-pencil ukuthi bayenze i-dictionary yesiZulu khona manje angazi ngiyazibuza ukuthi bayangizwa na ukuthi bakwazile ukwenza why bangachivanga sona ukwenza because bokuyi-target ukuthi bazwenza i-dictionary yesiZulu. Na kuyatshengisa ukuthi kabanzi mina fanele ngizichazule ngikhuluma isilungu ngoba siyabona ukuthi manje akwenzakalanga ukuthi le bizwa so-called phecelezi an audit visual dictionary, so-called talking dictionary. It's currently being developed. Till when is the ETA yaleyo dictionary? And mawubheka kabanzi ukuthi kuyatshengisa ukuthi i-pencil must uphold multilingualism in South African society. And we must allow nathi ukuthi sikhulume isiZulu kuyo lo nhlangano namanje ngoba fanele ngisikhulume isiZulu ngizichenye ngaso. Ngifuna ukwazi kabanzi futhi ukuthi language and learning and teaching, LOTC, it's recognizing due to the status kubizwa ukuthi kufanele sikhulume phecelezi i-English njenge-language of learning and teaching across South Africa. Kwenzakale kanjani ukuthi sifike kuleso sicazululo ukuthi English ezoba number one ukuthi sikhulume ngaso sizichenye nge-language leyo? Bangipha nje ama-research abangiphe wona nje bangitshengisa ibharometer esetshenziswa ukuthi kuzoba kanjalo na? When will we share that, or can i-pencil ishare leyo research document if they have ukuthi batshengisa ukuthi isiNgisi fanele sikhulume sona kulama meeting okuyo yonke into etshengisayo? And ukuya kabanzi ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi ngendaba yokuthi phecelezi ukuthi ukusetshenziswa kwe-media ukuthi ibe ne-influence to the role le pencil eyisebenzisayo ukuthi kuyezenzakala kanjani na? Unfortunately, I want to acknowledge that I think they don't use media, especially in the media, all different media houses, to think ukuthi language important kanjani ukuthi abantu bazichenye ngawo. Okunye politically speaking, DM Ulanda ngicela aphendule lo mbuzo u-DM makakhona or minister makakhona. Where the board members which was previously ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi beba incompetent as uminister claimed sibona ku-media, or they were fired because they don't want to tune into the dance ye-minister ne-department. Ngiyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable members, I'm suspecting we are going to repeat ourselves in this report. Let me also thank everyone who contributed in asking questions and seeking clarities. I'm suspecting all of us, this thing of PMFA took us by surprise, as this committee, AG did report to us about that. But as you are reporting that the reasons you are putting that why, but I would love to know that you are reporting that some other defenses you were given by Auditor General, and then you noted, but you don't tell us which were those. I'm suspecting in the procurement. And then the other thing that I've seen in another slide that you were saying that there was a case of Unoltando, and I don't know what that case of Noltando means to us. You didn't elaborate what is it that, and then the other thing that I've noticed, you are saying that the entities they are not comply. Maybe they're not complying. Maybe what is your plan strategy on the language policies? Is it that thing depending on your good selves or in the department itself? And is department aware of this, and is there any action is being taken if there are one service provider who are not writing the reports, and then what consequence management procedure do you have to enforce? Is either you or each department that the policy must be implemented? I'm asking this question. I'm aware that we have a Department of Education, which is also supposed to play a bigger role on this policy language, and they're encouraged of your over expenditure. And are you aware that it is a contravention of PMFA? But why did you do so? But so far, the honorable members, they've asked valuable questions. Can I take now back to you? Good selves. I don't know my voice.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. And I will be supported by my chair, the board, as well as the executive. Some of these questions are quite specific, and with permission, I'm going to also ask that I'll ask some of the members of the executive to respond to very specific questions. And in no particular order, but I think we'll try and address all of the questions. The Nolutando case, the senior manager responsible for linguistic human rights, Mr. Nkuna, is on the platform. So I'm going to ask, he will respond to that particular issue when we get to it. Sequentially, to respond to the members, the first question spoke to the representation, male, female. I think the comment was appreciating that we've got very good gender representativity, and thanks, we take that. And the question was with regard to the unfilled critical posts. Chair and members, I think I've got to respond to this in two respects. The first is that the organizational design exercise found that the organization is woefully short of its complete and complementary skills that is required in terms of our mandate. And I think that the main problem statement here is that we are not fit for purpose in terms of having all of the skills, both as support as well as to deliver on the engine room, which is the languages division, that we do not have the full set of skills to deliver on what we need to do. So I would say that we've got a current approved organogram, and we've got a current budget that we're working in as a framework, but we are woefully short of all of the critical posts that is required to deliver on what we need to do. In terms of our current reality, the APP and AOP, and ensuring that we've got a goodness of fit to deliver what we need, there are no critical posts. All of the posts that were to be filled, we actually had concluded on it. And we embarked on that process. Also, now that I'm reflecting on it, one of the members asked, well, what does it mean in terms of the current cost containment and austerity measures? We actually commenced with this process before that was announced as the practice. And we intend on concluding on that. And I think we at the stage of appointments, and there are no further critical posts within the current period. The issue that was raised with using a service provider, Mr. Dantile will come in and support, but the thinking process with this is that it was budgeted to bring in a specialized set of services, which we did not have in the organization, that would be able to execute, be able to have all of the, understand all of the legal requirements, and also to ensure that they channel it into all of the correct offices for that work to be done. We had to go to market to get the service provider, because currently, I might even add, we don't have an in-house legal person that's providing services, again, because of the current organizational design challenges. And if Mr. Dantile wants to add in as the head of languages, he can come through later. I'll just respond to the bulk of this. There was a next question also then raised with regard to some of or senior officials benefiting as opposed to the lower levels in the organization. I'm not too sure the exact root of the question, but to respond to the member, that we are following the DPSA prescripts in terms of salaries, compensation, and remuneration and benefits, and that there is certainly no practices over the past 2 years that have indicated that there is a disproportionate amount of benefit, financial or otherwise, that's awarded to executive or senior members as opposed to those in the lower end of the salary spectrum. To the contrary, there's been a view that we need to ensure that there's a harmonization, and that the OD exercise also picked up that there were certain salary levels that had to be reviewed, and these were largely in those lowest salaried scales as opposed to SMS or in the senior level. So we've made a very purposeful intent to ensure that gets remedied, because we would want to ensure that we retain the members even within the lower bands as well. Then there was a question on the regression with the material misstatements. We would argue on this, and the CFO can come in with specific detail. But what had transpired during the audit review, Chair and members, is that in our view, it seemed to be a shifting of the goalposts, where the same tests and determination measures that was used by the AG in the previous financial year, suddenly midway through the process, they changed the goalposts. They either changed the manner in which material information or was declared, and suddenly they had changed, and it had to be a compromise position as to how we're reporting on a lot of it that had been included in there. The CFO can come in with more specifics in that regard. We had to have a few engagements with the AG. We believe that we provided the information that was substantial, that was truthful, and that was free of error or omission. And we had to find ourselves with the AG. I believe the assurance I need to provide to the committee is that we intend on not playing a blame game against the members of the audit team. And also, I must add that the senior member of the audit team changed as we were progressing, and that's never a good thing as you're conducting that. And suddenly there were changes as to the way these material declarations was handled from their side. But we are intent on ensuring that we don't have repeat of that. In respect of the next member, certain segments of society that might be advancing their own languages, I fear that despite our dispensation providing for equity and fostering multilingualism, that this will continue to be an order of the day. You're always going to find that certain segments in society would want to advance their own causes, and we try and remain and not be ideological about it, but we use our acts and our enabling legislation to ensure that we continue to improve our indigenous languages, in terms of reach, in terms of the works with the corpus and status planning that gets done, and in terms of the output that we as PanSalb are seized with to ensure that these languages can enjoy the parity of esteem that it deserves. And the willingness or unwillingness of groups or language speakers, again, I think it could be there as a form of self-preservation. But our task is to ensure that we look at the areas of these languages that are in decline, and we ensure that we improve the resourcing in these languages, as well as the access that they require through the use of those languages through schools, etc. There was a concern raised on the financial statements also not prepared properly. Those two financial statements was done by subsidiaries where we had no control. They have their own boards appointed as Chapter 21 institutions, and unfortunately that created the major area of focus from the AG. We have now ensured that we put a cycle in place and that we put controls in place that those companies actually do submit it to us timelessly, but more so that their auditors conduct the necessary rigor and testing of the reports that came through us. And it really and truly, members and chairperson, is an externality that we were faced with. Projects, there was a question raised in terms of projects. I'm assuming, sorry to that member, it's related to the Khoisan and Nama projects, the schools, etc. Which provinces and areas? I'm hoping in the meanwhile that the EHL will make a note to be able to respond to exactly which provinces and areas, although the predominant was Eastern Cape, and then also into the Northern Cape, and we can talk to the other areas as well. The Department of Education and respect of the Use of Languages Act, and is there a policy document in place? There was actually a workshop held with the Department of Basic Education. We believe we need to work in a complementary way because they've got their own policy prescripts that they follow, so we cannot dictate or prescribe except provide the necessary oversight and provide support into that department. So we try and ensure there's no overreach, but that we can continue to monitor and we can assist through our structures to ensure that the work that is being done, the access and the provision of dictionaries, of teaching and learning material. We're also aware of the Pearl study that had been undertaken, and that we have to support the DBE to ensure that we improve read for meaning in the schools. The second aspect of that is with the STEMs, to ensure that there is materials that's put science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And we had found also with our pilot program that we've done jointly with the Department of Basic Education with isiXhosa, that it has improved significantly statistically the number of learners that then exit from the primary schools, and we would want to ensure that this is replicated into all of our other official languages also, and we are working with DBE. The outcomes of that policy conference, Mr. Dantile can talk to some of 2 or 3 key outcomes of that. Main areas of focus for achievement. Our main areas of focus is going to be, as has been indicated, we've actually just undertaken our strategic review session. There is a couple of nuanced areas as we're moving towards the end of the MTEF period that we would want to give increased focus to. 2 or 3 of the areas, South African Sign Language being one. The second area is the incremental introduction of African languages, and again, that's to ensure that our schools is capacitated and we ensure that we improve learner outcome. And another area of focus is on the digitization of material to ensure that we can get better scale of information out into the respective communities. The question was also asked about, and sorry, I'm jumping slightly, but I want to retain my train of thought, if I may, Chair, is with regard to statistics. So we're also very keen to go through the stats essay results of yesterday. We hope that we'll be able to disaggregate a lot of that information to get a closer understanding, not only of the use of languages, but for us to see where we possibly need to shift more allocated resources given the what is happening in terms of the increase with specific languages. So that's an area that we would wish to focus on. We also utilize resources through UNESCO. UNESCO conducts regular barometers in terms of which languages are in decline, etc. We also take the advice from our NLBs that advise us in respect of certain areas we need to give focus on, where they feel that certain languages might require more attention also. And then we try and shift resources according to that. There was a question, Chair, asked about the lexicographical work target, when that was achieved in the 23-24 period, which quarter. The EHL will refer to exactly which quarter that is being referred to. The language of learning and teaching in maths in Siswati, I think I had spoken to the matter earlier on with the work that we are doing with the Department of Basic as well as DIAT. In increasing reach and ensuring that there's significant ramp up in terms of the provision of material for these learners in the indigenous languages. The South African Sign Language Bill having been passed, I have indicated earlier on, there has been a multidisciplinary team that's been assembled. PANSALB is participating in the team. They're doing a range of diagnostics. They're also analyzing what the requirements are going to be to ensure that the public sector, through all of our departments, reach a state of compliance. And then there's, of course, very other specific outputs that a number of the stakeholders that are party in there have requested be done in terms of the quality of interpreting translation services. So that committee ceased with that work, and PANSALB then takes this aggregated work packages out from there in order to conclude on our work that we are mandated to do. I spoke to the languages in decline and the use of media. We've actually done an MOU with our leading state broadcaster, the SABC, and we intended on using that platform in a number of key media programming and channels to ensure that we get reach, not only with the work that PANSALB is doing, but also in terms of the work that is being done through ourselves and our structures to give communities better access to that. A question was also raised, what can be done to reverse the issue of language use? The question is quite simple, that we need to go back to the streets, take it to the communities, because the preponderance and the hegemony of use of English and even Afrikaans is a societal issue, and we have to ensure that we take it to the wards, we take it to the houses to ensure that people understand that there will be no violation of rights against one group versus another, and that socioeconomic benefits are derived irrespective of a choice of language as pupils go through our schooling system. And I think that is an issue because of the assumed prestige and stigmas that is associated with it, leading to discriminatory practices against our indigenous languages. And this we will also be doing through very focused media campaigns that we will be embarking upon. Before I ask the executive members to come in, and if I could suggest, Chairperson, through my Chairperson, if I could request in the order of perhaps Mr. Nkuna, then Mr. Dantile, and if the CFO wants to come in as well. And my Chairperson, I'll be guided by you if you would also like to make some remarks, but that is what I am venturing and volunteering. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair and Mr. CEO. Rather, I would definitely do respond, and especially there were also some questions that were asked in isiZulu and others. So, but rather let the executive head and the CFO and Mr. Nkuna proceed. Thanks. Who is starting? Is it Datu Dante?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The floor is yours, and once I've done it, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Yes. No, I've seen you. You can switch it off. We've seen you. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon, members, and my board and the executives from Pensal. I would answer some of the questions, starting with the Nolutando School for the Deaf. Let me speak. Mr. Nkuna is battling with the connection. He is the senior manager, linguistic human rights. He's the one that is handling our cases with me. So I'm capable of answering the questions around that school. The issue, there was a complaint. The school is in the Western Cape in Khayelitsha. There was a complaint that was submitted to Pensal through our provincial office, which we handled on the issues. There are a couple of them, but major one were that the number of teachers in the school cannot sign. And they don't even have the basics on signing. And that then creates an environment where they just come to class, they teach as if it's a normal situation, and then they leave. But this, the department across the board has appointed assistant teachers that can sign, but it is not the same, and there were issues around that. Then we approached the department, provincial department in the Western Cape. We presented the case to them, and they have accepted, and they have provided through our mediation process that they are going to resolve some of the other HR matters that were raised, including this particular issue of teachers that teach in a deaf school, but they cannot even sign. So that is being looked after by the department. We have given them specific targets to meet, and when they should be meeting with those. Then on the issue of the dictionary that is not achieved, the dictionary was not achieved because of the change in terms of the actual appointment of the editor-in-chief. A prior year, a new editor-in-chief came in and looked at the quality of the dictionary that was going to be published and felt that the quality is not up to scratch. And as he was busy doing the editing of that particular work, with new approaches, additional entries and all that, the time caught up with him. And he has decided with the board to continue with that work for a period of the next 2 years, 2 financial years, which then that project is a continuing project. Let me just give a sample of how dictionary production or compilation takes place. It is one of the highly intense research process where each word must be research, its meaning, its definition in context. That means in most cases based on corpus, which the corpus sometimes is not readily available as you would do with English. Corpus is a group of sentences and words together that are put into a system for producing a particular kind of a document out of that particular collection of words and sentences in that particular language. So he's busy with that particular process, and producing a dictionary takes a lot of time, especially for those who want to produce quality in the mother tongue. However, there are other 2 dictionaries that are existing that have been published by isiZulu NLB. So the dictionaries in isiZulu are available, and to such an extent that I think there are some that are private sector orientated and are really available, easily available. On the issue of the declining use of languages, I think the CEO has responded that it is not just a language issue, but it's a societal issue that has to be addressed through societal policies and other projects, including social cohesion. We shall know that we are coming from a system of apartheid, before that, a system of imperialism, before that, colonialism. All these three systems were not recognizing any African languages or indigenous African languages for purposes of development. They were recognized for purposes of evangelism or to make Black people just a simple a working group, not really people who can think through their own languages and generate and innovate through their own languages. Now, changing that system is taking a little bit of time because it is embedded in society currently that in order for you to have socio-economic progression, you must speak English. And that then talks to other language and political ideological matters that I wouldn't want to venture into at this particular platform. On the issue, which is linked to the issue of resistance that is identified by Member Mthethwa, which then, that resistance is not only with white people. I wouldn't say that it is purely for that particular societal group, but it is a societal challenge in South Africa where, in order for you to participate in government, in this platform, you have to speak English. As it has been exemplified by Honorable Mhlongo, that when he was speaking in isiZulu, and striving to say that he's got the right to speak in isiZulu as guaranteed by the Constitution. Now, I'm linking this to the issue of the departments, which is the government itself, not complying to the Constitution. Government, in most of its communication, it is using English, and that is unconstitutional because the Constitution prescribes 2 official languages, at least 2 official languages. Then government is also not compliant to the use of official languages, which prescribes 3 official languages. So it is within government that they are not compliant. We have identified that. However, there are certain laws that then makes PenSAP not to have clear enforcement powers, including amongst them the intergovernmental framework that institutions of state and organs of state may not take each other to court. It should be at last resort. And I'm going to respond on the basis to say that is why now we are striving to start by engaging, doing the language audit as PenSAP of the country, especially the national departments, to say where are they in terms of compliance with the Constitution and UOLA and their own policies, and how far are they in terms of in practice? Because what we have discovered in the report of 2017 is that 70% of the national departments, for instance, do have language policies, but compliance to those language policies is something else. So the reason that we went to find a service provider it's because of the lack of skills, as the CEO has attributed to that, lack of capacity internally in terms of driving those specialized areas of study, of research, and of audit. And we looked at the current organizational design. When can we implement it, as it requires us to appoint these particular skills, because the whole language field is a specialized area, including language policy is a specialized area. So what then we did was to say, for now, in order to have something going on, let's strive to put into a plan utilizing the service provider. In finality, the Khoisan languages, we have the projects. There are 12 schools that we have established. These are community schools. We are just piloting in terms of these particular schools in the Eastern Cape, in the Western Cape, in Gauteng, and in the Northern Cape. The big appetite, which is supported by the provincial department, is in the Eastern Cape, where the NAMA schools, we've got about 6 of them. Then in Gauteng, we've got about 4. Then in the Northern Cape, we've got about 4. And then we have started the other 2 in the Western Cape. One is in Darling, no, in the area before Darling, just forget the place now. But they are scattered around these particular areas where we have these particular people that are keen to revive those languages. On the issue of barometer, in terms of where the languages are, various languages, these languages have been invented in various ways. I'm saying invented in bracket commas, where in terms of their writing and developmental processes, that means used in government. For instance, Xhosa would be 200 years this year, being written down and utilized, and it had newspapers and all those things.
Try to land. I suspect there are other people after you.
Okay.
I don't know whether now you're the last speaker now, but try to analyze your responses. Thank you. We appreciate you talking like passionate about your work. Try to land. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair. I'll just come in conclusion to that. I'll just come to the outcomes and the working relationship with the Department of Basic Education. They are at the conference. They came up with expanding the mother tongue-based bilingual education, and the minister next year would be announcing the expanding of that. It has been done in the Eastern Cape, and it has been proven successful because the results in the Eastern Cape have moved from the 40s to the 70s because of that particular program undertaken over 12 years. I think I would end there. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. Tantile. I think just a quick one from Remat Matabane. There was issue about the finances, the CFO, and then I will be myself chairperson. Apologies for that.
Okay. Yes, chairperson.
Thank you. Tebogo Mataban. Okay.
Thank you, Board Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Minister, and also to say all protocol observed for the purpose of saving time. Chair, there were 2 questions raised on the finance side. The first one is on the issue raised on the quality of financial statements, Chair. The question was raised by Honorable Zondi and further expanded by Honorable Joseph. Chair, as the CEO indicated, the main issue is not really on the PenSALP financials. So if you look at the PenSALP submits a consolidated set of financial statements. PenSALP as an entity separate or organization, and we also consolidate 11 financial statements from 11 languages, Chair. So what we have picked up during the last audit, which then led to the compromise that the CEO was alluding to, was the issue and the fact that this is the manner in which we were audited as PenSALP all the years. Nothing has changed. However, because of the changes that came with the team and the composition of the audit team, there was a request that we need to be consistent in consolidating our financials. So what we are talking about is, if we look at PenSALP, PenSALP is expected to comply with the GAP statements in preparation for financial statements. But if you look at the NLUs, which is the structure members or the NLUs that are actually formed in the form of the NPOs or NGOs, they are expected to prepare their financials using the IFRS. So if you compare the two statements, the presentation is actually not the same. So the AG had a problem with that. So what the AG then recommended was we need to then develop a guideline that will then provide guidance to the NLUs in preparation for the financial statements. So the skill, Honorable Joseph, that you are looking for or you are referring to is actually the skill that comes from the NLU side. But again, if you look at the process that is required, what the preparers of the financial statements for the NLUs did is in line with the IFRS standards that they needed to comply with. However, the consolidation part, we have a way in which we consolidate our financial statements. But for us to be able to then conclude on the audit, we then took a compromise to say we will then settle for a regression, which is then affecting our clean audit. If you were to look at PenSALP as an entity or organization separate, then we were going to retain that clean audit. But because of the impact that comes with the consolidation of 11 language, then that had an impact in our financial statements. But the main issue that led to actual non-compliance was the issue of the two languages that did not submit their financials on time. When the AG reviewed the consolidated financial statement, they then picked up that with the consolidation of the two languages, which is the amendment that the AG spoke about, was therefore material, which then led to that impact at PenSALP level. So we are in the process of consulting National Treasury in finding ways of developing the guidelines, which will then see us being able to consolidate using the same standards in terms of compliance. Chair, just to also in closing to respond to the question you raised regarding, is PenSALP aware that the IFW is non-compliance with PFMA? Yes, Chair. We are aware of that. We are also aware of the requirements in terms of resolving this issue. It is for the same reason why, Chair, when the current leadership, which is executive level, joined the organization 2 years ago, we then initiated the process required in line with the National Treasury guidelines, where we are requested or required to actually go back and investigate all those cases that have been identified for both irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful. Most of the issues we are dealing with, Chair, I must indicate, they actually relate to old cases. Some of these cases, they come from 2014, by the way. So we are in the process of analyzing that. The bulk of the work was done last year with the investigation concluded, and that report was submitted through the department to the National Treasury. We are waiting for feedback from National Treasury, of which the last feedback we got from the CFO Forum was Treasury still engaging on the submissions from all entities within DSEC. What we are dealing with now, Chair, is the additional movement linked to those contracts from old side contract that we needed to also resubmit to National Treasury. That memo was approved by the board in line with the process required. We are now engaging in the process of engaging the department and also submitting to National Treasury, Chair. As required with regard to the guidelines, we have done the determination test on areas just to determine if there are individuals liable. Those reports were finalized and also shared with the board in deciding on the issues affecting the submission for condonement to National Treasury. I hope I have covered the two issues linked to the financials. Yes, we are intentional in terms of going back to our clean audit, Chair. That's what we are working on together with the assistance of the NLUs, Chair. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thanks to the colleagues who've just presented. I think they've addressed all the issues. However, just to elaborate on the point regarding there seems to be confusion when we speak up, when some members asking questions, and there's issues surrounding the board. The board, it doesn't mean the board of directors per se, in terms of the financials and the ones that had to get the statements to be audited. It is, as the CEO indicated, the NLUs, the National Lexicography Units, because they also have under the Company Act, Section 21 companies, so they have their own board of directors. So then before they submit their financials and their reports and everything, so their board of directors first, you have to look at it and then submit it. So I think that is that. However, we are trying to address that issue with our submission to try and change the legislative review. And then in terms of also catching up, the colleagues have worked with 4IR technologies and so on. We are working in partnership with the with the Center for South African Digital Language Resources, which is under the Department of Science and Innovation. It is currently housed at the Northwest University. However, it does not belong there. It belongs to the country. So in terms of digitizing all our work, so we are working with them. And then okugcina ubaba uNjomane, ngiyazi ukuthi-ke sonke siyafuna ukuthi-ke sikhulume ilokhunjana isiZulu. Nami ngiyafisa ngoba nanamuhla nje njengoba ngivunule nginjena nje kade ngikomunye umcimbi khuluma ngaso isiZulu. Isikhalo yiso ukuthi uma ngabe njalo kuthiwa ayikho imali bese kuthiwa otolika cha ayikho imali yokuthi sikhokhele otolika. Siyazi ukuthi-ke otolika batolika imali, futhi-ke siphinde kube nenkinga yokuthi-ke ifanele ukuthi sithenge iy'nsiza kusebenza zokuthi-ke uma ngabe sifisa ukuthi siyokhuluma noma ngabe yikuphi la sithanda ukuyokhuluma khona, sikhulume ngey'limi zethu. Isikhalo sakho isikhalo sami, kodwa siyangakhona baba, sibekezeleleni. Kodwa nje siyacela nje bandla ukuthi-ke nje-ke uma ngabe iy'mali, uma ngabe nje-ke kumele sekuthiwa iy'mali bandla azilokhunjana azingabi, mazingekho izimali noma-ke iy'khungo zithole imali engathi ithi ukwehla noma zehlise, kuqalwa ngathi otolika. Njengotolika nje mina nami ngiyalimali, njengomhumushi nami ngiyalimali, kakhulukazi-ke njengosihlalo webhodi nathi kuyasilimaza. Njengamanje nje okugcina sihlalo, nami bengingathanda nje ukuthi-ke ngithethe nawe, ke sithethe isiXhosa nje, kutheni-ke sikhumsha sikhumsha, nawe usibizile apha, phofu siyakhumsha nawe, kutheni singathethe isiXhosa mna nawe? So it's the same principle, nawe inoba unezakho ingxaki. So-ke sithetha sonke khotha re bue Sesotho re a leboga.
Hey, siyabonga mama, utsho kwavokotheka. Kule nyanga yamagugu egqithileyo, besizama ukusithetha isinto esi sethu sonke. Njengoba usitsho obubuxhakaxhaka nabo buyimali, kodwa iPhalamende liyazama, sinabo aba bantu abathi xa sithetha ilwimi zethu batolike, kodwa ndiyabona ide ingafikeleleki pha emakhaya. Siyabonga. Siyabonga kakhulu ngeempendulo zenu. DM, ungake usincede usivalele lo mhlangano, sendiphethwe nayintloko apha andazi uba kwenzekani. DM.
Siyabonga Sihlalo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the board and the leadership of PenSALV. I'm sure, Chair, you would agree with me that the induction with the portfolio committee has been intense.
Yes.
And the responses have been good. There's nothing much that I'm gonna say, just to say sometimes I'm sure it would help. I know sometimes it's hectic for the portfolio committee to have these interactions more rather than have them when we are only dealing with the annual performance reports. But then the work is cut out for the members. Just one question I know that Honorable Mhlongo had asked directly to me, which I wasn't sure which dance he was referring to, but he said something about the board that was dancing to the music of the department and the ministry. I'm not sure exactly, but Chair, this board, this current board of PenSALP is almost 4.5 years old now. It's about almost to finish the term. So I'm not sure whether Honorable Mhlongo is talking about a previous board, which is almost 4 years ago, because this one that is sitting here, that is in front of you, is almost 4.5 years, and we don't have any issues with them. I know that the previous board, there was a challenge, if you remember, Chair. There was a challenge, and that at the end, the minister had to dissolve them. I don't know whether Mr. Mhlongo is referring to that board. And then when they were dissolved, they challenged that to court, and they lost in court. So I'm not so sure whether then the dance is the dance of the court or the dance of the department. I'm sure Mr. Mhlongo will clarify that, but so far with this one, we are quite happy with how they are working. It's almost getting to its end. That's why there is an ad hoc committee that must be put in place for the portfolio committee to start the process. So thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, TM. Can I take this opportunity to thank the Office of the Ministry, which now it's led by the Deputy Minister as Minister attending other tasks. Also, we must say that the office to some of us is doing well when one is having another task. As you were aware that yesterday we were having another task, which we didn't even speak as honorable members, whilst it was in one of the presentation, the archives, as I know that you have a responsibility of that you did attend yesterday. But as time will come that we must talk about all of these things. We are appreciating the presence of the ministry, but also acting DG, as you are acting, you are acting in a work that you know you have been a DDG and now you are acting. It's a pity that processes are processes. We don't know why you are still hunting whilst we have so many DDGs who have been in this department, but it's not of ours. The chairperson with the delegation of our PenSALP were looking forward to say that you go and implement the proposal, which even AG did tell us, and we have heard you about all what is outstanding to you, and we heard the reasons why you're having all these discrepancies or gaps. We are going to do an oversight to check you whether those gaps and those little or those some things that are not in order come the next time when we're calling, we'll focus on those things. You must be aware that this committee will want to know what have you done about ABC. In that, Deputy Minister, we are releasing you with your officials, acting DG, The chairperson, we are releasing you. I have some few things that we must deal with as a committee according to agenda. We are going to now to look at our minutes. I thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thanks to the colleagues and to the Deputy Minister and the DG. Thank you so much and goodbye.
Thank you so much, Chair. We appreciate.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DM. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DM. Hi, DM.
Thank you. Bye, bye, bye.
Bye.
Honorable members, can we ask our staff to put the minutes? I don't know why I'm deteriorating my headache. Give me some tablets, son. Honorable members, I'm presenting to you the minutes of the 12th of September. Can we look at the attendance and go on? Honorable members, these minutes were supposed to be tabled yesterday, but as we were tired, we postponed. Honorable Zondi.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Phakamisa ukuthi siyamukele lemzuzu alomhlangano. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Nkokheli. Mama Lomani. Sorry.
Ngibonge Sihlalo. Ngithanda ukusekela Honorable Zone ukuthi ithathe lemizuzu njengeliciniso yalokwentekile kulomhlangano lophelile londlulile. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Minutes have been adopted. Masithole ezinye the next set of minutes. Go up for the 19th of September. Yes.
Love.
These are your minutes. There was an acting chairperson. Can I present these minutes to you, honorable members? Honorable Malomani.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes of the 19th.
Thank you, Honorable Malomani. Honorable Zondi.
Ngiyamxhasa.
Thank you, honorable members. The minutes are being adopted. Honorable members, on the 19th also, I was having a bereavement, as I'm still having one. Thank you for that. We are working as a collective. One, when he or she has a commitment, like your good self, Honorable Malomane, yesterday about the problem that we are having. I'm very happy today. There were no jackets that were left alone on the chairs. Appreciating. The meeting is closed. Thank you, honorable members. We'll see you on Friday.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's a good day in the office. Okay, thank you very much.
Abang Mbokodo, ube right, uqine, uthandaze.
I'll do that. I don't know the deteriorator namhlanje. Thank you so much, honorable members. So relax.